No. Oh my God. Thank you, Selena. I can't believe you're still there. She's up throughout the night. Oh my God. So we experienced a service disruption, and so the service disruption is supposed to be going on throughout the night. And now that people can hear me, I'm wondering if we have the same, shall we say, link. And let me go see if we have a different link now. And I might continue on, or I might check in for the night, since, take this as a hint, and then go the rest of the way on, on Sunday. But let me take a look at what we can do, if anything, to give me a better perspective on what the fuck just. Well, I know what happened. They had a service disruption while they're trying to, serve us, the clientele, at an hour that most people are not awake. And so everyone else is, basically asleep. Douglas Dietrich is going around trying to talk to people, and he's the only one up in the world. And because of that, when they cut him off, then, answering him is not their priority. And now that I'm back on, one of the few people who's active at this time of night, but at that same time, everybody's out of work. You'd think everybody'd be up, but most people, they've got a pattern of sleeping, at night and being awake in the daytime. So I'm looking for the live dashboard. Let me get back there. On my laptop, we should be reconnected to the live dash. We got 8 people watching now, which is 7 or 8 people watching right now. That's not too inspirational for going on. And interestingly enough, like I said, our man Brendan had held it to that point. But hell, I'm keeping poor Selena up right now at what time in New York would be about, let me see, it's close to 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, close to 3:45 in the morning. So we got 8 people back up, spiking back up. Indigenous Time Seeker says, I'm here, Douglas. Well, thank you, Indigenous. Love you dearly. Thank God you're back, loud and clear, Douglas. And that's our man, George Knight, wonderful human being. So with this, I think that there's no real need to pursue further narrative tonight. I think we turned in, let me see, how long was our show tonight? It was a good, let me see, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 12. About 7 hours. So maybe I should go on for a few hours. What do you people say? Give me a vote. Selena in the private chat, and everyone else can tell me in the chat room. You can tell me what you think, whether I should go on. Sarah Shields as well. I lost the show. I don't know if anyone else has the link. Didn't work to recover. And so now that I'm back, Sarah Shields can participate in the vote, whether I should, soldier on through, or kind of let you all go to sleep. And Indigenous Time Seeker says yes. Well, that's touching. That's touching. Not quite sure if that's enough to sway me just yet. Please. I don't know. And Sarah Shields says, yeah, I found you. Okay, so we must have, and of course, George Knight says, always happy to listen to you, Douglas, but please do what you want to do. So we'll make a judgment on, different feedback. Information Creation says, great, you're back. And, well, I'm glad that I'm back on, because, I definitely need the internet even after I'm done. So it's one of those things where now we're going to find the link. We might as well find the link. And STYCS moves. How would you pronounce that? Sticks moves. Stikes. Yeah, it says big up DDD. I'm listening. Okay. Yeah, you might convince me. So that sounds cool. But let me get the link. So here we are. We've got 14 watching now. So there's people coming back, and that's motivational. And let's see if I can hear us with a link and see if the link is different. So I'm going to put this, that's motivational. There we are. So that's working. If cool. I can hear us. Good. And got that one up. And then we're going to press the share button. This is always confusing when the show breaks in two like this. But maybe that's for the best. Well, I don't know if it's for the best. Got a baker's dozen now. Got 13. So, yeah, all right. I'm being inspired. You'll talk me into it yet. Let me do something absolutely disgusting. I never want anyone to ever do this if they're a guest. I'm going to be chewing while I'm talking to you. So, Oh. Don't ever do that if you're on a professional radio. I mean, that's just disgusting. We got 15 people now. And, All right, what I'm going to do is shrink that a bit. You're going to hear me talking nonsense, essentially. Well, some people say I do that all the time, right? And what I'm going to do is take this link, and it's just like setting up the show all over again, essentially. I'm going to be putting in the new link and pressing this. Going to hear some. And it's just like setting up the show all over again, essentially. Okay, good. Beautiful. All right, now let me give the new links. So I'll get a new link up there and put that up. And this will be interesting. All right, I'm going to set up the new link here before I go on with the second half of the show. And it seems to be working fine. And at least the good part is I like the image of myself. And so we're going to just get the necessary text and get that for everybody. I wonder if my ad kicked in. Was anybody able to hear my ad? Because I started doing the ad. Maybe I'll have to open up with the ad again. Give Ben Estenius a twofer for tonight in terms of his ad. So people do respond to me. Let me know if you heard me say the Ben Estenius ad for the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours, whether you heard that or not. If you didn't hear it, then I'll pump it again. And because I think I was trying to do that when we got cut off. Now, give me just a second here and let me test something. Okay, so it is different. Okay. All right. Oh, this is so, how would I say it, frustrating. At least tonight they were doing service. They were doing service, and so that resulted in interruption of services. And that sucks. But, hey, you know, better than being knocked off by the enemy. Let's see what Selena says. Love to sleep, but we'll stay up if you continue. Oh my God, honey! Don't do that to yourself. You can always catch up. You can always catch up on listening to me later. Oh my God! Don't do that to yourself. That'll kill your health. I mean, don't you have work to do tomorrow? Well, I guess a lot of people don't have work to do. Of course, tomorrow is today, and you know, really, the majority of you should be sleeping. You're all such bad children. And I understand you're supposed to be adults at this point, and you have your own lives to lead, but honestly, spending so much of that time listening to Douglas Dietrich at night while he, you know, rages against the world, it's one of those things where, you know, it's, how do we say it? I don't know if it's healthy. For you. I mean, for you. It's healthy for me. I don't know if it's healthy for you. All right, so let me get this going here. Got this other link getting up now, and going to enter it onto my timeline and make certain that we post that. There we are. And Selena Honey says thumbs up, which I return. And let's see now. Let's give this a... Okay, gotta refresh the page. And these things are tricky. And then we're going to pin this to the top. And so people will have something to go to. Here we are. Pin to the top of the page. And then what I can do is change the link. You'll hear me just doing this small talk for a few more minutes yet. Then I got to change the link inside of the promotional banner. So what I can do is, unlike what I've ever did before, I'm going to take this link and include it as an option to the other link. All right, here we are. And edit post ahead. All right, there we go. Okay, there we are. And then what I do is I take that. There, okay. And that's interesting. I've never done this before, which is on my promotional banner, put up the link of the first half of the show and the second half of the show, because this has become, for obvious reasons, a two-part program, a two-part episode. And, you know, Good thing I like the look of myself so much. And what was it that our man Brendan was saying that had me just shuddering? Something that had me shuddering about, some kind of punishment or something he was talking about. I forgot what it was, but it was horrific. Whatever it was, just had me had me chilled. All right, and now we got this other promotional banner. Change the text on that. And I'll go back into monologue. Dive back into arc of narrative, as I say. And, okay, here we are. One last time here. Edit. Okay. And, okay. Done editing. There we are. All right. And, with that, kind of refresh the pages. And, we're kind of on our way. And just taking a look to admire my handiwork there. And Miguel Andahar was active and participatory tonight. That's interesting. And so everyone else is here. And thank you, Information Creation. He says he's glad I'm back. And believe me, I'm just as glad as you are. If for no other reason than to have my internet work towards my own ends after I'm done speaking to the lot of you. All right, and let's get back into it. All right. Sorry, don't mean to say that too much, but I'm always rather shocked, happily so, whenever I get back on like this, and it didn't take that much work. Normally, it's one of those things that you can spend a whole night and not get back on. And, okay. Let me see now. Going to travel around the internet a bit. Also, need to refresh these pages. And just be glad that everybody's here kind of just riding with this. I'm sure some people want me to get back into monologue as soon as possible, and I understand that, but hey, bear with me. We'll get there. After all, you got to understand I've got to get enough calorie and liquid into myself, and then I can, and it just goes on forever like the Energizer Bunny, right? Oh, shit. Did we start with a... Oh, yes, I know what I got to do. Renew this. Then we renew that, and that'll help. I'm back in the live studio on the other screen. I work with the larger screen, and that way I can see, what the fuck I'm doing. And there we are, 24 watching. Holy shit, we're back to 250 people. What do you people do all night? How do you stay up this late? I mean, I'm different. I'm not baseline human. I mean, these are my hours. I mean, oh my fucking God. But the rest of you, you're like human beings. What do you do? How do you stand this? It's shocking to me. But, okay, so live chat should be going on right now. And let's see. Dehan says, it's back. Yay. Oh, hey. Back to Dehan, back at you. And there we are. Good to see you, mate. And thank you, sir. Definitely glad to see you. So information creation is, he says, the last bit you were telling is about the net. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Definitely appreciate that. And information creation says your stream is now showing up on my feed now. Okay, that's good. Christoph Rimmel. Oh, haven't seen him in a while. Got the organs that he worked on. He was working on an organ in what I presume would be a church. I can't imagine many other places aside from some James Bond villain's estate or a castle that would have an organ like that. I do believe that's a bunch of organ pipes, yes? And Christoph Rimmel says the sound quality is excellent, even though I don't even have a microphone anymore. But hey, it's one less thing to break, right? And Information Creation says we want to hear from the vampire. That's wonderful, yes. And Bizarre HD says I'm off for 3 months, so I'm learning from you every day. Oh my fucking God, that's right. He's a bartender. Oh shit. Yes, that's. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I hope. Who's the? His wife is probably the breadwinner now, and she's got him. She's training him to be the house husband. So our man George Knight is now the house husband. And hope his wife is still working. I don't know what she does, but hopefully everything's working out as best as it can. And Indigenous Time Seeker says, I love to pass the time listening to you. They're threatening to shut down my entire city because of this virus, and I'm laid off. Okay, sorry to hear that. You're not uncommon. And Information Creation says, Techlash is already fading into the dim recesses of history. along with net neutrality, as everyone grows increasingly attached to Amazon, Netflix, Google, while trapped in their homes using the net. Yes, I know it. This is sad. This is more realistically the dystopia that they were predicting back in the 90s. By the way, I have 3 of these chocolate-covered cranberries left. I will shove these in my mouth while they still produce a crunch, because if I leave them out too long, they lose the crunch, and it's just disgusting. Uh, mm, they already kind of lost the crunch, which I prefer them with. And I'm sorry to do that where people can hear that. I'm sorry, eating is so private. Don't ever do it while you're hosting a transmission. It's bad form. But heck, I need the sugar, right? And and our man, the managing mixologist, Mr. George Knight, says exactly. That's what she says. I'm the house husband, and she's a practice nurse. Okay, wonderful. That's right. And Indigenous Time Seeker says we love you, Douglas. Love you in turn. All right, and Selena sent a photo. And our man, George Knight, says, so she will soon be on the front line fighting this invisible enemy. Oh, shit. Oh, God, that's right. Well, fortunately, the family of George Knight strikes me as comparatively young. They're all comparatively young. I know his wife is under 60. So she's in good health. She's under 60. She will likely, build up an immunity fairly quickly. And so what's interesting is Selena Khan just sent me the Trump saying, be prepared for hard days. I hate to say it. He looks contrite. He looks almost contrite. This is Hindustan Times. And the screenshot she's provided has a bunch of advertisements for glasses on it. Glass frames. Autoto Pietro and Academy frames. It's cute. So it's like Trump is into spam now. The way with that, which makes perfect sense. That would be so Trumpish. All right. So all of that aside, let's get back into arc of narrative, as I say. So one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See the unfinishedman.com, where you can find excerpts from the book Ben is working on to publish and clips from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com or telephone 1-520/323-3406. As for the TucsonMurders.com website, Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it. And remember to telephone Ben directly so he can personalize your private tour, which he will personally guide, at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Getting in a few more messages. Can't resist looking at them. And there we are. And always the easiest way to distract me. It was at the point the other day where someone was telling me that I really should do the monologue or answer the phone call, one or the other. And of course that was, oh, what a night that was. That was when I had Judith Haggard on, dear lady. And of course we were under assault. We got knocked off air. Life is hard. You know, let me make one final decision on this. Go all the way with the technical aspects of masking and the fact that we're dealing with the surge of infected cases, what's going on in New York, what was going on in South Korea. I guess what I'll try and cover, as opposed to the, I'd like to hear this from our man George Knight one of these days. I'm sure, and I would hope his wife is wearing a mask and that they have access to such, because unlike your average person who really doesn't need a mask, it's not life and death in general for the average person. For a health worker, it's completely different. For a health worker, yeah, you need a mask. Okay, let me try and get back into the rhythm by talking about how the coronavirus epidemic, like those before it, will alter the course of history in ways we cannot imagine. And I think a good place to start is to do a little reading, an excerpt from a book. This is a book entitled Archaeology from Space, How the Future Shapes Our Past. Now, it sounds like science fiction. It's not. And hopefully Brendan Zogit listens to this in the near future. If Michael Griffin is listening, he can direct this to Brendan Zogit's attention. And what they're talking about is how satellites have helped us focus in and discover what we could not discover even with air travel, what we couldn't discover with modern technology on the ground, with elements like seismographs and metal detectors. Modern surveillance from space enabled us to find the city of Erem, the Atlantis of the Sands on the Arabian Peninsula, that was sought for by Sir Lawrence of Arabia, among so many others. And it was known as the City of 1,000 Pillars. And with the advent of the space age, we are now reshaping our past, our understanding of the past, because we're able to discover that which was unknown to us before. We knew of it, but we didn't know where to look. And yet the incredible reach of various satellite technologies enable us to find so much. The problem is the military junta, which dominates so much of satellite surveillance, enabled men like Michael Aquino to dominate the looting of many of these sites. Not all of them, by any means. They literally could not get forces on the ground that were capable of penetrating many of these sites. And so what many of these people, the military cultists, were able to access was not nearly everything, but they were able to get quite a bit of artilica, which is ancient technology, and what Michael Aquino and his cult referred to as profane regalia, what they would desacralize, desecrate, turn into something in use towards the negative. In a positive sense, Sarah Parcak, her surname is spelled P-A-R-C-A-K. Sarah, her first name spelled like Sarah Shields, S-A-R-A-H. Sarah Parcak, authoress of Archaeology from Space, subtitled How the Future Shapes Our Past, was trying to express what she understands from a personal level about how pandemics can impact history. So I'll start by reading from her work, not too long. I won't read too much of it, but enough to make the point. So, what she has to say, I believe, will get myself back into the rhythm of narrative, carry us for a few more hours at least. And she herself says, I am an unforeseen outcome of a global pandemic. As an archaeologist, I know that events we cannot control shape the future in ways we cannot imagine. For better or for worse, such as volcanoes erupting, like Vesuvius at Pompeii, or the Little Ice Age that led to the collapse of the Viking settlement in Greenland in the 15th century. Cholera, plague, malaria, and other disease outbreaks ravaged ancient populations, oftentimes quickly, and radically altered the course of human history. The outcome of the current epidemic will be no different. As we are increasingly being asked to stay at home and distance ourselves from each the other, altering the way we live our lives. I am reminded of a story of a husband and wife from Boston during the outbreak of the American Army flu, misnomered the Spanish influenza, circa 1918, which infected 1/3 of the world's population and killed 20 million Americans. The husband, named Harry, worked as an insurance salesman, and the wife, Gertrude, as a teacher. The couple had settled into a very comfortable middle-class life in a nice home and had 2 daughters. Gertrude was 8 months pregnant with her son when Harry came down with the American Army flu. Her family begged Gertrude to stay away from the hospital for the sake of her children. They told her it was a miracle that she had not yet contracted the flu from Harry. I cannot myself imagine what went through Gertrude's mind as she left her 12 girls in the care of relations and went to the hospital to see her Harry. She caught the flu so she could die by his side. She gave early birth to her son during her illness, but he did not survive. The 12 young girls, ages 4 and 1, were shared between relatives, who all fought over the inheritance and sold the nice house and all the nice things inside. Ruth ended up in a decent home with her father's family, while Helen was shunted from relative's house to relative's house, facing horrid abuse and mistreatments. But Helen never gave up. She studied hard, graduating as valedictorian of her high school class, while taking secretarial classes, sadly the only option for brilliant and poor women then. Helen got a job as a secretary at a construction business in Connecticut, and like so many women in the 1940s, started writing to servicemen during World War II. A dashing lieutenant in the Army named Harold got one of her letters, and, instantly smitten, wrote her back and, soon thereafter, came to visit to propose. In 1946, my mother, Marjorie, was born. The headlines about coronavirus now appearing in newspapers have caused me to excavate the recesses of my family's pandemic history. I have photos of Gertrude and Harry, my great-grandparents on my mantle, my own archaeological reliquaries. Like figures from an Egyptian tomb, their heads are turned to the side, with the tiniest hints of smiles in the corners of their mouths. I look at Gertrude's black and white photo with a mix of awe and guilt, all because she looks like my early 20th century twin. Guilt because I am here at 41 years of age, and she was gone at 26. Without her early death, I would not exist. My grandmother might have grown up happy and cherished in Boston, with endless suitors at whatever university she could have attended as the daughter from an educated middle-class family. I have often asked the photo, "Why did you do what you did, Gertrude?" She stares back, surprised I still don't understand. Now we stand at our own precipice of ambiguity in the face of a global pandemic more than 100 years later. Epidemiologists can try to predict a likely number of cases across the world, but there will only be certainty around the pandemic's total effects once it be over. My archaeological expertise cannot predict the future, but it does give us myself perspective on the past that could be helpful in this moment. Human resilience in the face of impossible odds is astounding and should give us thus no small measure of hope. I've held enough ancient pottery fragments and sifted through enough dirt to tell you that history is shaped equally by the events of a global nature and the simple, quiet choices we make every day. The message of my great-grandparents' story is identical to the message that thousands of distinct ancient cultures show us with their archaeological remains. We lived and we loved for as long as we possibly could. Long may we love, knowing there will be, no matter what, unforeseen outcomes for our children and for the descendants we cannot imagine. I think that should be enough to get me back into the rhythm of narrative. Give me a few more seconds to rehydrate. Or minutes, as it were. I'm in no hurry. And as a matter of fact, will adjust myself a bit more comfortably and place upon myself the collar heater provided by my manageress, Lena Shea. And this, of course, is remarkably helpful in helping me survive the night while sitting in a position where, of course, the body heat begins to dissipate very rapidly. After all, I'm 3/4 baseline human. Of course, not anymore after the nanoplasma transfusion made me far less than that, and maybe a little more. But nevertheless, human enough, where I have all too many frailties. One reason, of course, I don't want to dance with the devil, even though he dwells within me, or rather an element thereof. Not the devil, but that fallen angel, which acts as the tether between heaven and earth. The peacock angel, Malik Taus. I received, of course, some questions where people had asked about my medical cosmetologist and how I had confronted her former boyfriend, the military murderer, the serial killer, who she tried to turn into the police, who was always getting bailed out by the boys in uniform, who came for him and paid the price to get him loose, no matter what it was. Oh yeah, no man left behind. All that bullshit. That's really what it refers to. And they were saying, how could you confront this obviously physically oversized Special Forces Green Beret? And what people need to understand is a contest like that isn't one of will. It's not one of physical confrontation. It's a confrontation, but it was more of a case of what possesses me was a lot bigger and badder than what possessed him. And that's the reason that when it came to his reign of terror, he never came back for V. Now, of course, human nature being as perverse as it is, I don't believe she ever really appreciated what I did. You learn not to expect that. And for that reason, it's a lot easier for me to consider the mass of humanity to be more a source of food than a source of company. And with that in mind, with what I've just read to you, I would say that the most important lesson of the 1918 influenza pandemic be to tell the goddamn truth. Outline to you what went wrong in 1918. The government lied. They lied about everything. Think about what you've heard when this year began. You heard, "We have it totally under control. It's one person coming in from China, and we have it under control. It's going to be just fine." That was President Trump's response when asked by a CNBC reporter on January 22nd whether he was worried about coronavirus. Almost 12 months later, with the threat too large to ignore, the president's tone has shifted dramatically, even as his press briefings continue to be models of incoherence and inaccuracy. The contradictory messages about the virus and the dishonesty motivating them is dangerous right now. Refusing to tell people the truth will cost lives because it undercuts our efforts to flatten the epidemic curve with practices like social distancing. It also erodes the public's trust in government, and that is an enormous problem we saw manifest with the young man Alex Griffin, who jumped into the car with Michael and Bren Zogit, opening our program tonight, part 1 now of our program, since we got split by an internet interruption. The biggest lesson of the 1918 influenza epidemic, according to historian John M. Barry, who wrote the magisterial work, what was it called? I have it right here, I believe. Somewhere around me. I should have it. The Great Influenza. There we are. How could I forget? And that's a work recommended for all, at some point in their lives, to at least peruse through. And John M. Barry is the man who wrote that book. And what he was able to ascertain is that leaders have to tell the truth, no matter how hard it be to bear, no matter how hard it is to hear. Now Barry, with his book, The Great Influenza, essentially wrote what is probably the most popularly influential book on the 1918 pandemic that was ever published. And he concludes that lying about the severity of the crisis circa 1918 created more fear and more isolation and more suffering for everyone. But most importantly, I can tell you it created, even worse, a lot more deaths. Now, in a recent New York Times column, John M. Barry wrote that trust in authority disintegrated, and at its core, society is based on trust. Not knowing whom or what to believe, people also lost trust in one another. They became alienated, isolated. Intimacy was destroyed. Now, intimacy is something you always get with me because I have no choice. I live the life that can best be represented distortedly by the Truman Show. Everything that I contend with is one way or another monitored, surveyed, since as long as I can remember. Again, when it came to V, the medical cosmetologist, what had happened recently that I outlined to everyone was that she sent me a series of messages that I read aloud on air. And we came to confront two things about each other that we had been in denial of. one thing that I'd always poo-pooed, and I really don't know why, and maybe it was simply because she had always poo-pooed everything, so much of what I said. It was how she dealt with things. That was her coping mechanism, was just to take everything I said as just some kind of psychotic self-indulgence and just deliver her services, and we could go on our way. Though there was always an affection and a care that was there. And she had always told me, of course, that Rose, the woman who owns the salon in which we rendezvous, that she was tapping the place, had security cameras that were hidden, that were always on, and was also basically had it wiretapped so she could get the audio very clearly and record everything that V and I were saying to each other. Now, that didn't disturb me. I never said anything with V that particularly needed hiding from Rose in particular. And Rose, of course, was born and raised in communist China. Now, I don't know why that didn't strike me. Maybe it's because Rose was very Cantonese. So she reminded me a lot of people from Hong Kong. And I tended to think of her more as someone from Hong Kong than from communist China. But she wasn't raised in Hong Kong. She had relatives from Guangdong, the general Hong Kong region, the region of Greater Hong Kong, outside of the city limits. But this was definitely within the culture of communist China itself. And much of her life was spent in, oh God, it was the Kowloon, was it? I believe. And that was the city which Chiang Kai-shek retreated to after the fall of Chongqing, that became like the final government of nationalist China when they took the side of the Axis. And then they were transferring the entire civilization of China, as far as they were concerned, to island China, to Formosa. And therefore, at that period of time, the nationalist Chinese government and its final capital never really went into the history books like it should have. And that, of course, is a royal pain in the ass, because, of course, it should be. Now, let me see if I can find this final capital. Just make certain I've got the right idea about this. And what we are talking about would be the city, was it Luzhou, Guiyang, Kunming. That was it. Kunming. Kunming was the final capital, a transitional capital, in which much of the nationalist Chinese army in retreat from the communists in the 1948-49 era, 47, 48, 49, those years, they were going into Burma, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, mostly Myanmar, mostly Burma. And they were retreating in there and gradually became the dominant force running the opium trade, because that was the only source of income to fight the communists. And so when the communists became active in Vietnam, this was one of their ways of trying to interdict the opium trade, which at that point was being maintained by the nationalist forces in retreat. The rest of the nationalist forces, of course, retreated to Taiwan, the upper echelons, leaving these stay-behind units in these other areas to continue the struggle against communism, this very long and lonely struggle that is almost indescribable. And but the capital of Kunming was whence from they had originally sourced, in the Yunnan province. And that was the final wartime capital after the fall of Chongqing, or Chongqing, in today's romanization using the pinyin system, as opposed to the British Wade-Giles system, and of romanization and pronunciation. So she was raised in that area, but she was still raised as a communist. And all communists have no qualms, they have no concept of privacy, so they have no qualms of surveillance. She grew up in a total surveillance state, and all party members, of course, tap the offices and the cubicles of all of the party bureaucrats that work for them, all major corporate heads, down through all of the echelons in any corporation, wiretap everyone who's employed, all the way down to the point where people now carry, and I'm not kidding about this, I'm not shitting you, no April Fool's joke here, where people carry audio bugs in their hats, basically, or on some part of their uniform, on their person when working with a corporation on the floor, whether it's assembly or acting as a salesperson or representative. Everyone is tapped in China and monitored by those above them. It's just the way the system works. That there's absolutely no concept. Now, for some reason, I didn't translate that in my mind to what Rose would do in the salon here in San Francisco, even though V kept insisting to me that was what she was doing. What I couldn't comprehend was why anyone would waste the time or the money to do that. And what V told me was that sometimes Rose sits outside in her car and just listens for several hours to us, V and myself, and then walks in like she just suddenly showed up. And yet she'll know everything that we had said, is what V was telling me. I never really listened to what Rose said, because when she talks, she has this, I got nothing against her, but, or I just really kind of tone out. I just really tune out when she starts talking. So I really just don't absorb a lot of what she says. And so what I was finally faced with was the fact that Rose had been recording or listening in to, and yes, recording definitively. Many times she apparently reviewed the records thereof, everything V and I had been saying for years. And which is what V had been saying for years, but I had my own denial going on there. Like, I guess it didn't shock me or traumatize me to find out what had really been going on. But for some reason I was just not, for some reason I just wasn't accepting it. But now I do. Because what happened with the phone calls that she received, which were spoofing calls, that we're also using as JMO do, voice distortion technology, these calls didn't really sound like my voice. And V thought that I had contracted coronavirus and was feverish. And so what she had to accept, at least transitionally, because she always relapses and just goes back into thinking this is all some fantasy on my part, and that somehow everything that happened, it was just synchronistic, coincidental, and just, wasn't really real. But for a period of time, at least transitionally, she accepted the fact that, oh my God, there's this whole network that is focusing its attention on tapping the tap. So in other words, there are technologies to tap into a video security camera that has been established in a conventional business where an intelligence agency can record what's going on via that, and whatever tap that the communist-raised Rose had established in her salon was then subsequently tapped by these tappers outside or extraneous and having nothing to do with Rose. Not like she's selling the information to them, not like she even knows these people exist. Rather, they simply tapped into the technology infrastructure she had established in the salon. And then they used this to try and mimic my voice, conduct a kind of harassment assault on V. And what happened was that it failed in the sense that we were able to ascertain what happened thanks to research that was done by Brendan Zoget and Jay Maurice. And all of this, of course, forced me to recognize one thing, and I was forced to recognize another. And after that, you just realize, wow, there's not a single private moment in my fucking life. That everything in my life is watched. That everything in my life is recorded. And then it's exploited by this network of cultists, this rogue element of the United States government that pretty much runs your American military in particular, and through the military runs your government to extent. These people were expending their effort on severing myself from my medical cosmetologist by harassing her. I mean, here in the middle of a pandemic, here in the middle of the end of the world as we know it, they are focusing their energy on what must be amounting to hundreds and hundreds of man-hours, and an unbelievable amount of money ultimately, and energy and investment in time and training, so they can try and sever the relation, such as it is, that Douglas Dietrich has with his medical cosmetologist to fuck up what at least can be represented as his good looks. I mean, this is what your tax dollars are paying for. This is where their energy goes into. And when you think of this, you really begin to understand why our civilization is falling apart. This is why society is collapsing. The energy of your junta that effectively runs your government is putting all their efforts into something like this. Is let's separate Douglas Dietrich from his cosmetologist. I mean, really? Really? This is a primary objective, obviously. Whereas most information that's recorded, accumulated, amassed, doesn't go anywhere. Nobody does anything with it. They act on shit like this. That really ought to tell you why we're in freefall. And when it comes to this level of surveillance, your average person doesn't have to worry about anything like this. Because nobody's interested in your average person. I, of course, am considered special. By dint of course, my background in every way I've articulated throughout every transmission I've hosted. So, intimacy is what you have with me. There's nothing about me, in essence, in general, you don't already know. And that sense of intimacy is what's necessary for trust. The reason you trust me is because I've got nothing to hide. When it came to the so-called Spanish influenza, even its very name was a lie. It was an American Army-engineered bioweapon vectored by the troops that, of course, like the launch of a nuclear strike, results in blowback, a backlash, and there's a price you pay. The blowback in America was 20 million dead. About 10% of the 200 million who died worldwide. A price Woodrow Wilson was willing to pay so he could redraw the map of Europe and impose the New World Order. A World War I term meaning the domination of the New World, or the American hemisphere of North and South America, over the Old, being Eurasia, Africa. Most particularly by redrawing the map of Europe, which dominated the Eurasian African sphere, the Eastern Hemisphere of the Old World, at that period in history. On counting the costs of lying to the public in 1918, we're repeating the mistakes the government made back then now. And leaders should balance the tension between telling people what they need to know and attempting not to induce mass panic. Now, people, of course, ask myself as a historian if the coronavirus is the closest thing I've seen to the 1918 influenza pandemic in my lifetime. And I can honestly answer you, integrating as much as I can, as I have every right to do, the experience of my late and sainted sire and Cyrus, my father and my mother, the man who raised me and the mother who gave me birth. I can say that via their experiences and mine own, nothing else even begins to approach what we're going through now. At the beginning of the 2009 H1N1 outbreak of the hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1, avian swine flu outbreak of 2009, there were real fears that it could be bad. But of course, it turned out to be fairly mild. If it were not for molecular biology, it would never have been noticed at all. So nothing we've seen since 1918 even comes close to what's happening now. If this is merely a once-in-a-generation virus, we'll be bloody fucking lucky. So you might ask, how is our situation today different from the situation we faced circa 1918? Well, the biggest difference is the target demographic. In 1918, the H1N1 avian swine flu was bioengineered using all of the bleeding edge technology. In those days, it wasn't even technology, you could only really call it technique of the day, to weaponize an influenza for maximum effect on the war-making population, meaning that you had to kill everybody who was young and combat capable, or young women who were capable of breeding more soldiers for the field. So, circa 1918, the overwhelming majority of the people who died were between the ages of 18 through to 45 years of age. Now, maybe 2/3 of the deaths were roughly in that age group. Back in 1918, well over 90% of the excess mortality was in people younger than 65 years of age. What today we consider, well, we used to consider it mandatory retirement age. Of course, in this day and age, no one can afford to retire. Of course, right now, no one's even employed. So obviously, the elderly in 1918 had experienced a mild virus in their youth that was close enough to the 1918 virus that they had a lot of protection against it from natural immunity. There was another factor as well. They had compromised immunity from age. And resultantly, their bodies were not healthy enough to overreact in terms of their immunoresponse. Whereas with young combat age men and breeding age women, their immunosystems were healthy enough where they overreacted to the virus invading their body, and in response to combating the viral load, their immunosystem kicked into high gear, and they wound up literally destroying their own bodies with their own immunosystem. Their own immunosystem dissolved their lungs on counterattack, and they would cough up this bloody pink froth that was their liquefied lungs and drown on dry land. That was the horror, the unmitigated horror of the American Army bioengineered weaponized influenza. The only influenza in the history of the world not to emerge out of Asia. Whereas the elderly, with their compromised immunosystems, they wouldn't react and they'd live to see a ripe old age. Now, this disease is attacking the elderly. And another difference is the incubation rate. Influenza's average incubation rate was 48 hours, 3 days, almost never longer than 4. The average for the coronavirus is more than twice as long and can stretch quite a bit longer than that, which is both a good and bad thing. The good thing is it allows us time to contact, trace, isolate, and things like that, which was almost impossible during the influenza epidemic of World War I that ended World War I. The bad thing is that means this virus may stretch out over a much longer period of time and infect many, many more people. It is evidently, by all evidence, considerably more contagious than influenza. Here's one positive difference. Despite the contagiousness of this, the case fatality rate seems much lower than the 1918 influenza. The fatality rate, circa 1918, in the West at least, was about 2%. In other parts of the world, it was much, much higher. Something like 7% of Iran's population, their entire population, 7% of them died. Perhaps as much as 5% of Mexico's population died. That's how we ended up with 200 million total deaths by the time my father was born, the man who raised me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, circa 1990. So, if I were asked what the biggest, most consequential mistake made circa 1918 by governments, by local communities, by individuals, was for the object lesson, I would say it would have to be the fact that the government lied. The fact that they lied about everything. We were at war, and they lied because they did not want to upend the war effort. You had public health leaders telling people this was just the ordinary flu by another name. They simply did not tell the people the truth about what was happening. And so you might wonder, how long did it take for reality to explode those lies? Well, not that long. People noticed pretty quickly what was up when their neighbors started dying 24 hours after symptoms first appeared. People were in the streets bleeding out of their noses, bleeding out of their mouths, bleeding out of their eyes, bleeding out of their ears. It was horrific. Their lungs were not just melting inside of them, they were melting out of every orifice in their head. Everyone understood very quickly that this was no ordinary flu. And what were the consequences of all that lying? It was a disaster. People lost faith in everything. In their government, in what they were being told, in each other. It just isolated people even further. If trust collapses, then it becomes everyone for themselves. And that's the worst instinct in a crisis of this scale. This is why it's so alarming to me when I'm confronted with the infinite distrust I saw in Alex Griffin, opening the first part of this show, the first half. The other episode, of the same episode, the other part of the same episode. In most disasters, communities come as together. And that was the case in some places and cities where the largest social structures were fraying. But in the book, entitled The Great Influenza, as writ by John M. Barry, the author wrote about the gradual disintegration of trust at every level of society and cascade of breakdowns that resulted therefrom. But there were also practical consequences. Exemplae gratiae. The lack of trust made it harder to implement critical public health measures in a timely manner because people just didn't believe what they were being told. And by the time the government was forced to be transparent about the situation, it was mostly too late. The virus was already universally disseminated. Society was saturated. People were swimming in Spanish flu, or rather, more accurately, American Army influenza. So the lying and the lack of trust cost a lot of lives, tens of millions, within America alone. John M. Barry, in his work, The Great Influenza, quotes a scientist at the time who said, "We were but a few weeks away from civilization disappearing from the face of the earth." Dwell on that for a minute. That quote, at that time, at a man who was there, one of the most educated among us at that point in history. How bad might you think it got on the ground? More bad than you can imagine. Some places managed much better than others, of course, but the Red Cross reported instances of people starving to death in rural communities because everybody was afraid to bring them food. The panic and the fear was that intense. It stretched society to the absolute brink, and in some places it broke. Cannibalism. Mass murder. Not all those 20 million people died of the flu. After researching the 1918 pandemic, try and dwell upon this difficult tension between telling the public what they need to know and attempting not to induce mass panic. And understand that that's always the question. I don't have scientific studies confirming that I'm right. But my own perspective is that people can deal with reality and the truth a lot better than they can deal with the uncertainty. If you're watching a horror movie, which was what the 1918 influenza was and what the coronavirus is, your imagination always makes the monster more scary. Once the monster appears on screen, no matter how horrible, it's less scary once it's concrete. This is why I personally hate the phrase risk communication, because it implies managing the truth. In my perspective, you don't manage the truth. You tell the truth. President Trump's initial response to this crisis was to downplay its seriousness, dismissing criticisms as a hoax. Fox News continued to downplay it until fairly recently. I think everyone's tone has basically shifted at this point, but did these early missteps cost us dearly? Absolutely. There be no question whatsoever that it cost us and will cost us millions of lives. If they do not die in the millions, millions will be impacted the rest of their life, while hundreds of thousands will die within but weeks. The weeks ahead. And the bizarre thing is that it was always in Trump's own self-interest to be candid. There's no doubt he was being told the cold, hard truth about the situation behind closed doors. But he minimized it publicly. And that cost us all in ways we cannot really even begin to quantify as of yet. How does our collective response to this moment even measure up to the response circa 1918? Well, here I'd have to be honest. In 1918, the year preceding my father's birth, his entry into this vale of tears, before he first laid eyes on the misery of the world around him into which he had slipped, you couldn't even really say there was a collective response. It varied so much from city to city. But look, we had people here essentially saying this virus was a Democratic plot to undermine the presidency today. Far worse than what we had before my father suffered entry into this world. Now, nobody is saying that right now at this moment, of course, but it remains an open question whether we will collectively meet this challenge. We're only at the beginning of this horror story. And despite no one saying it officially, all the people they told it to in the Trump cult still believe that this was and is a Democratic plot to undermine the presidency, even when they begin to accept it as a genuine lethal virus manifest. We've botched the early testing completely, and it's not clear the public has responded seriously enough to the calls for social distancing. But things are changing quickly. What the public does moving forward, how much it complies with the recommendations of public health experts, is going to determine how bad this gets and how fast. Countries like South Korea have managed to beat this back pretty effectively, considering how bad off their start was. I do not know if we have any hope of having the same success. It's just still too early. But it's gonna get late pretty fucking quick. And that's what brings us to the world. The counting of new cases. And communist China revealing its number of asymptomatic cases for the first fucking time. Because the term asymptomatic means sans symptoms. That we have no symptoms manifest in the victim who simply becomes a carrier of the disease. It was only after increased pressure from both global authorities and internal critics that Red China has begun to include asymptomatic cases of the coronavirus. Those detected and under quarantine, at least, in its official data. So Tuesday of this week, but yesterday, China's top health body said there were 1,541 asymptomatic coronavirus cases under medical observation on the Chinese mainland as of Monday opening this work week, including 205 imported cases. The data disclosure followed public calls for transparency about the size of the asymptomatic carrier population. Previously, the Chinese government did not publicly release a count of these infections. The data represents only the barest fraction of the true number of asymptomatic cases, which present one of the most difficult problems for controlling the coronavirus. Again, just to make certain you're caught up, the total number of global infections surpasses 800,000 that we know of, and the death toll tops 39,000 that we know of. It's 44,000 by now, by the way. I'm just checking in with incoming, which is like an astronomical increase. Now, before I move forward, I want to say hi to Mark Eden, who says, checking in, Dougie, from Her Majesty's Satanic Isles of jolly old Britannia. So hugs unto he. And Sarah Shields retracted her message. I don't know why. Dat Dude says, good night, Doug. God bless. Another great transmission. Catch up with the rest later on. God bless you too, Dat Dude. Thank you. And Worldly Traveler says, a lot of security cameras can be accessed online. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Marcus Grigg says, you're back. I'm going to smoke a session in your honor. Thank you. Yes. And there we are. Christoph Riemel says, pipe organs they be, mechanically built as found in churches and concert hall. Mary Wiggins says, hi, Douglas, with high spelled H-I-G-H. Hi, honey. Yeah, I can get high off you, baby. All right, and all right. A lot of people in here. Good stuff. I'm happy to see that. Very flattered. God bless you all. Well, China has, communist China, and I've always got to specify this, communist China has decreed a foreign visa ban amidst, along with finally copping to all their asymptomatic cases and finally tabulating something that should have been tabulated from the fucking beginning. And of course, you know they're lying about the numbers anyway, so all of it is really hopeless and helpless anyway. But they've managed to help themselves by instituting a foreign visa ban. China barred all foreign nationals into the communist Chinese empire, regardless of visa status, from entering Red China yesterday, last week. Effectively, this means everyone, even if ye be married to a Chinese citizen, There'd be no route to permanent residency, let alone citizenship, except for a tiny number of people. Even after the lockdown ends, the move is likely to be used for a thorough revision of visas. Many of the 10-year tourist visas freely issued to United States citizens in better times could be canceled, and new work visas will likely be harder to obtain. Yeah, our man Alex Griffin was lucky to have gone in when he did, and then he was lucky to have gotten out. The wave of anti-foreigner sentiment spreading through the Communist Chinese Empire continues, especially in Beijing, with more businesses banning foreigners from even entering premises. Ooh. Hate to have that feeling. You! Go away! You! Go! You go! China, well, by that I mean Red China, is not the hero of this goddamn pandemic. You can criticize Donald Trump sans parroting Beijing's propaganda. When CHICOM, or Chinese Communist scientists, identified a mystery virus in December of yesteryear, the 2019th year in our Lord, they were ordered to stop tests, destroy samples, and suppress the news. When Chinese medical professionals began to sound the alarm, they were seized by the police. For weeks, when Chinese state media went on air or to print, they ignored the virus's spread. When government cadres, these are political units, meant to intimidate everyone into falling into the party line, heard rumors of some new SARS-like virus, they kept their heads down and continued praising party dictator Xi Jinping. Communist China's strategy to fight COVID-19, the disease caused by the novel coronavirus, though later praised by the World Health Organization and scientists worldwide, consisted naught but of cover-ups, lies, and total repression. It also failed miserably, exposing the world to this deadly sickness. After claiming, but yesterceptimania last week or so, well, maybe yestermensis last month, as a matter of fact, to have no new cases of the virus, Communist China is now trying to take a victory lap, emphasizing the strength of its response. And these United States' apparent failures, while spreading conspiracies that the United States government manufactured this virus. And while United States President Donald Trump's sluggishness towards the outbreak merits criticism all its own, Red China's endangering of the world with its initial incompetence be certainly more to blame. And even I would say as that. Some of Trump's fiercest public critics, however, have in their condemnations of the president remarkably ignored Red China's faults or even praised the Chinese Communist Party's response. And in doing so, they be propagating falsehoods and Red Chinese propaganda. The details of Red China's critical missteps are long-running and have been widely reported by myself and many others, when academics circa 2007 and 2019 warned that a SARS-like virus could emerge from China's wet markets. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, allowed these markets to stay open. A February Washington Post analysis of Chinese statements, leaked documents, and interviews with public health officials and medical experts concluded that China's bureaucratic culture, what prioritizes political stability above all else, most certainly allowed the virus to spread farther and faster. A March study by researchers at the United Kingdom's University of Southampton confirmed that if Red China had acted 3 weeks earlier than it did, the number of coronavirus cases would have been reduced by 95%, and its geographic spread limited significantly to behind the Great Wall, never to disturb the rest of humanity across the surface of the earth. leaving the rest of us in peace. Hoping to preempt any potential loss of foreign trust, China's propagandists have gone into overdrive. Wuhan health officials by the end of December had confirmed nearly 36 cases of the virus and closed a market they thought was related to its spread. And yet, Chinese Communist authorities spent January denying the virus could spread between humans at all, something doctors had known was happening since December, and they allowed a Lunar New Year banquet involving tens of thousands of families to take place in Wuhan as planned. The Chinese Communist government later let some 5 million people exit the city, sans screening. Remarkably, according to even the CCP's own account, dictator Xi Jinping knew about the virus for 12 weeks, an entire 14 nights before saying anything to the general public. The CCP's flagship newspaper, The People's Daily, mentioned the epidemic and dictator Xi's actions to fight it for the first time only on January 21st. The same day, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention confirmed the first coronavirus case in these United States. Communist China's failure to contain the virus can be explained by the divergence between the country's modernized public health system and its outdated autocratic political structures. The ills of the draconian latter negated the potential benefits of the former, allowing the virus to spread from Wuhan to Thailand and South Korea and beyond. Trust for dictator Xi's regime is now waning within communist China and across the public health world. Some global leaders are increasingly doubting the reliability of Red China's data and the usefulness of its guidance on combating the virus. But others, like Italy's foreign minister, Luigi Di Maio, continue to praise communist Chinese assistance. Even though Brendan exposed what they'd be providing be but prototype rejects. Reject prototypes, reject models that were considered unfit for use on the Chinese population itself, that they're simply dumping onto Italy like so much industrial waste, seemingly hoping to preempt any potential loss of foreign investment. China's propagandists have gone into hyperdrive, spectacularizing their country's purported altruism and leadership. The Chinese embassy in Italy, in a statement laden with South China Sea-related propaganda, claimed to be donating ventilators and sending experts to Grand Italia. Journalists reported that China is sending similar quote-unquote aid to Spain. Chinese experts have carried out training sessions for 10 Pacific Island countries and dispatched medical experts, along with supplies of masks and virus detection kits, to Iran and Iraq. This is all part of dictator Xi Jinping's wide-scale propaganda effort, what he calls a peace offensive, to gaslight the world into believing that Red China is not only not responsible for, but is indeed responding best to the pandemic they themselves incepted, ultimately portraying his communist Chinese empire as magnanimous and trustworthy, a global leader to replace American empire. But all Red China's claims be easily refuted. China did not stop the virus from spreading. Far from it. Beijing's negligence allowed the outbreak to go as global. Red China is not donating, but selling ventilators, face masks, and other goods to Italy and Spain. They're making a killing off people's needs. My disgust knows no bounds. I find no way to express my contempt. Never trust a communist. According to Italian media, an array of other European countries are also planning to purchase ventilators from communist China. Dictator Xi Jinping's regime, even amid a crisis it itself enabled, is simply applying the same simple economic strategy as it dossed through the Belt and Road Initiative, China's Marshall Plan, like state-backed global investment and marketing campaign exporting domestic overcapacity abroad. Red China, home to all too many unemployed workers and industrial firms shut down and idle, generally sends both to the global south through the initiative. Both these, how would I say it, investitures and overflow products, their unemployed workers and so-called industrial advisors. These are the people who do no help. There was an old joke about the Soviet parade, in which after all the men in uniform passed by, suddenly the people were faced with a division of men in suits, sunglasses, carrying suitcases instead of automatic weapons. And when foreigners would say, "God, what's that unit? What do they do on the field of battle?" And the Soviets would respond, "Those are our elite troops. They're the vanguard, the Alpha and Omega. They're our economic advisors. Wherever we dispatch them to aid unto others like Venezuela and Cuba, the economy collapses completely, and everyone starves to death. This way, we eliminate the populations of entire countries from the face of the earth without firing a shot, by simply Sovietizing their economic system." That's what communist China is doing. And now, as the world, thanks to Chinese state failure, literally gasps for air, Red China is there to sell us its excess ventilators and faulty face masks. These sales will both serve as fodder for propaganda and help the communist Chinese empire rejuvenate its shell-shocked business sector. While China charges the world for its assistance, it is, in fact, Trump's United States that has already promised to provide up to 100 million United States dollars of aid to communist China and other countries affected by the pandemic. And yet, despite all of this, more than a few Western thought leaders have aped Chinese communist falsehoods to critique Trump's apparent failures and praise dictator Xi Jinping's purported successes. Rachel Maddow on her show hosted New York Times reporter Donald McNeil, who opined that Red China had enormous success in beating down its epidemic. Maddow then thanked McNeil for detailing the distance between Red China's response and what we're preparing for. Her show, highlighting Trump's failures compared with Red China's supposed victories, later shared a clip of the segment on Twitter with the headline, "How Coronavirus Testing Works in a Country That Taketh the Problem Seriously." I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm left shaking my head. Ashamed that I feed off this species that demonstrates such stupidity. On March 13th, Friday the 13th, Times opinion page from New York Times headline similarly proclaimed, "China bought the West time. The West squandered it." I mean, oh my fucking God. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you really fucking serious? The New York Times, the Gray Lady on Friday the 13th, it couldn't have been a more appropriate joke, something more apropos for April 1st. In a tweet that garnered some 50,000 fucking likes, Atlantic Magazine staff writer Ann Applebaum wrote, "China has reacted to the outbreak of coronavirus in Italy by sending aid. The United States has reacted by suspending flights. Who be the superpower?" better to leave them alone than to prey upon them in their hour of vulnerability, feeding off their hopes and their prostration. American politicians and leaders have also broadly enabled Red China's manipulation of concerns over racism to muddle the debate over who's to blame for the virus's spread. It be true that there be no excuse for the use, including by Trump misadministration officials, of derogatory terms such as Kung Flu or conspiracy theories suggesting the virus was grown in a Chinese lab. But there be nothing inherently racist about stating that the virus was originated, incepted, in the inhuman and inhumane wet markets of communist China. And while there be absolutely no excuse for the Trump administration's dangerous stoking of anger at Red China to deflect criticism from its own failures, we also must never allow the Red Chinese regime, the same one holding over 1 million Caucasian Muslims in concentration camps, to weaponize claims of racism. Indeed, China's new accusations of xenophobia reflect little more than the political inconvenience of pointing out the virus's geographical source. This is all parcel the CCP's, the Chinese Communist Party's, disinformation campaign designed to, according to Victor Xie, himself an ethnic Chinese American and an expert on Chinese politics, it be designed to, per his words, his analysis, to deflect attention away from the very well-documented fact that the Communist Chinese government deliberately delayed ringing the alarm bell on coronavirus, and that this strategy dovetails very nicely with the persistent message from the Chinese Communist government over the past several years that all of humanity is a community of common destiny in which Red China be the leading power. The CCP's messaging has produced mixed success at home, despite its universal success abroad. Many Chinese social media users, encouraged by a Chinese regime seeking to restore its legitimacy, have turned their frustration toward Trump and these United States. Others, however, are now attacking state media, even though some prominent Chinese who criticized their own government have vanished under mysterious circumstances, never to reappear, and most certainly tortured unto death. God bless them in their martyrdom, and may their lives, the sacrifice thereof, be not in vain. It evidently be in dictator Xi Jinping's interest to play up Trump's missteps and cast Red China as superior. And although it be understandable that American thinkers want to criticize Trump's insanely impoverished response to this crisis, this does not excuse their being duped into spreading outright falsehoods and gifting Red China's appalling authoritarian regime, the same one that recently revoked press credentials for numerous American journalists, praise of which it is most certainly not deserving. Our ideological arbiters, as they critique Donald Trump, must engage more thoughtfully with the facts to avoid swallowing and regurgitating and spreading Red Chinese propaganda. To drive this point home, China's costly cover-up, in which I first presented the precedent of America's behavior in 1918, where all trust fled, and every man and woman turned against the other, where everyone was left on their own, cannibalizing, raping, stealing what they could, to the point where scientists said civilization will soon vanish from the surface of this earth. With what they saw out their own window. Mass rape, cannibalism, plunder and looting. That was the result of the government lying to the American people in order to preserve the secret of how they won World War I by creating a desert and calling it peace, by ending the war through the nigh total annihilation of the human species, to the point where our evolution was impacted from that year forward by that mass genocide. That puts into perspective, via its inception of the bioweapon, via the lies, to hide that fact from their own public. Today's lying Chinese Communist government doing just the same resulted in coronavirus cases that might have been reduced by 95% if only immediate action had been taken. If Chinese authorities had acted but 3 weeks earlier than they did, the number of coronavirus cases would have been reduced by 95%. A new study emphasizes the importance of immediate action in the case of containing any outbreak. Had the Chi-Com authorities acted 1, 2, or 3 weeks earlier, the number of cases would have been reduced by 66%, 86%, and 95% respectively. Earlier action could have halted the geographical expanse of the virus. It would never have left the boundaries of the Great Wall, which makes China's initial response damning in perspective. God damn the communists! The coronavirus outbreak is a hard reminder that no matter who we be and where we live in the world, some threats affect us all equally. No doubt some are trying to exploit this outbreak as leverage for geopolitical power. We already be seeing machinations in this direction. But there be valuable lessons that go as far beyond finger-pointing and the blaming. There be lessons about how to deal with one of the largest struggles in modern history. Researchers, using the population mapping of group World Pop, ran complex modeling to see how human movement and disease onset would have evolved in different scenarios. They employed anonymized data on both human travel and illness onset. This allowed them to see how different changes would have affected the situation and how variations in the timing and nature of interventions would have affected the speed and transmission of the disease. The findings be striking. Deploying non-pharmaceutical interventions, what be acronymized as NPIs, in other words, without even pumping the drugs, quickly, such as suppression, social distancing. Deploying these NPIs, these non-pharmaceutical interventions, immediately is extremely effective in preventing the geographical spread of any virus. If NPIs, or these non-pharmaceutical interventions like physical distancing, had been applied but 3 weeks earlier, the spread would have been eliminated by 95%, as confirmed by all research. Furthermore, delaying containment measures even more would have been devastating. An additional delay of 1, 2, or 3 weeks would have led to a 3-fold, 7-fold, or 18-fold increase in death rate and eternal crippling throughout a lifetime for the victims thereof, if they survived, respectively. The findings be important, as many parts of the world are now in a similar situation to the Communist Chinese Empire. Director of the University of Southampton's World Pop Group, Professor Andy Tatum, has explained that Our study demonstrates how important it be for countries which be facing an imminent outbreak to proactively plan a coordinated response which swiftly tackles the spread of the disease on a number of fronts. We also show us that Red China's comprehensive response in a relatively short period greatly reduced the potential health impact of the outbreak. There be a narrow window of opportunity to respond to this disease, since it will likely be months before effective treatments or vaccines be released if ever. NPI-type measures be critical, decisive, all-important. Lead author, Dr. Shengji Lai, obviously of ethnic Chinese descent themselves, of the University of Southampton, confirmed that we need to be smart about how we target it using non-drug-related interventions. Our findings significantly contribute to an improved understanding of how best to implement measures and tailor them to conditions in different regions of the world. And of course, with that concurrence, Xing Lai added that we are now focused on adapting this work to new settings beyond Red China to support response efforts. Different countries may need different approaches, but we aim to help them make informed decisions on how best to put interventions in place. The study also confirms that social distancing, one such NPI measure, as I've said, should continue for several months at the very least. The study itself reads, and here I read therefrom, results also suggest that the social distancing intervention should be continued for the next few months in Communist China itself to prevent case numbers increasing again after travel restrictions were lifted on February 17th, 2020. Well, of course, they didn't do that, and they allowed all these people to return from their travels, and they brought with them the COVID-19 again, and so now they've had to go into this bullshit lockdown process all over again and bar all foreigners. That's their primary response. Well, bar all the fucking foreigners, watch out for the foreign guests, always back to the same old shit. In the initial phases, Red China attempted to downplay the risk Trump style and even questioned doctors who were spreading information about the then newly discovered condition, the isolated symptoms on social media. 8 doctors were brought in for police interrogation involving questioning and physical torture and essentially silenced, some of them by the removal of their very tongues. China's ulterior reaction was severe, but the initial cover-up attempts were very costly. This new study proves just such. WorldPop, funded primarily by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is a population mapping tool developed to help inform the World Health Organization and the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control in these United States, about the potential spread of COVID-19, helping direct COVID-19 interventions around the planet. And the study has been published in the preprint server medRxiv, medRx 5. And, of course, or is it medRx 4, I believe? medRx 4. MED uppercase R XIV. I believe that's medRx 4 is what that intends. Now, so, in light of what I've just articulated, and poked in the eye of all you conspiracy anuses out there, your brown eye, your pink eye, because the eyes in your head obviously don't see shit. You're looking at the world through your goddamn ass like a goddamn cyclops, through the one eye that's functioning, the one which all the shit comes out of. Since I just poked you in that anus with my finger, telling you it's Bill and Melinda Gates who proved what Communist China did to fuck itself up the ass, the way you do the rest of us with what you spew if you're a conspiracy peddler. How do we read, in context of that, how do we read China's coronavirus numbers? And what do we make of Beijing's coronavirus figures today? A classified United States intelligence report has found that Communist China's coronavirus figures are completely false, that it has underreported the number of confirmed cases and deaths. This be no surprise to anyone familiar with Communist Chinese data. The question is, how false is the data? And how deliberate be the concealment? There be a difference between numbers that be deliberately faked for the outside world and a state struggling, as all countries are, to gather information on a virus that be difficult to detect in many people. It be likely that Beijing is deliberately underreporting the death toll in Wuhan, where the outbreak began, and the total number of cases across the Communist Chinese Empire circa February and since. Bad numbers in Red China are always underreported, especially when the national image be at stake. And China is now keen to play up its victory against the virus in contrast with the West's failures. Still, it's not as if the Red Chinese leadership has a secret set of books containing more accurate figures. They too be left struggling to figure out exactly what the fuck's going on within their vast empire over which they hold such totalitarian sway. Resultantly, local officials have been left with an insoluble problem. CHICOM officials have been warned not to hide cases for the sake of reporting zero, but the leadership is also demanding close to zero no domestic cases for public reportage. A series of purges before the pandemic has left officials on edge, and any local authorities unlucky enough to have an outbreak in their territory will be in grave political danger. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Their response will be to conceal a local outbreak from the high-level authorities while deploying strict measures to contain it, reporting zero new cases while still quarantining neighborhoods or entire towns. All of this brings us to the phenomenon of proxy measures. Given the unreliability of the official data, how can we judge the situation behind the Great Wall in Communist China? One method, used by CHICOM leaders themselves, is to look at proxy data that be less deliberately distorted to get an estimate of the real numbers. Exempli gratiae. Residents in Wuhan have estimated the true death toll there by the urns handed out to families, leading to guesses of 40,000 or more people dead at the very least. Proxy approximations be rough at best. The urn estimates in Wuhan likely include anyone who died in the city during the 12-month lockdown, not just deaths from COVID-19. And sometimes such guesses be just plain wrong, such as the claims that the loss of 21 million mobile phone subscribers indicates mass deaths. Many people in China maintain multiple SIM cards, with old numbers regularly removed from the system. It would give one the impression that entire populations have disappeared. Yes. Now, in terms of a SIM card, it's a subscriber identity module, or subscriber identification module, that be widely known as the SIM card. It be an integrated circuit that is intended to securely store the international mobile subscriber identity number and its related key, which be used to identify and authenticate subscribers on mobile telephony devices, what you would call your cellular unit. So, when it comes to that, you can't use that to statistically apply the science of demography to measure a population base. Now, what you can do is, of course, get a rough estimate based, as I said, but there's not much else you can do at all. So that brings us to observed behavior. Another way of working out what's happening in Red China behind the Great Wall is to look at how the authorities are behaving, rather than what they're saying. Right now, that's good news. Life is returning to quasi-normality in most of Red China, and physical distancing measures have been severely reduced. Hospitals are not overrun at the moment, and medical staff are being withdrawn from Wuhan. But there have also been sudden reversals, such as cinemas being reopened and closed again within a day. My own best guess? The authorities believe the trend lines in China, but are scared of the prospect of a second wave, as well they should be, and they be cautious about public spaces as a result. Again, rightly so. Now across the Pacific, where I be stranded in the darkest of all continents on the surface of the earth, among the white savages. Trump himself is inciting a coronavirus culture war to save himself. Trump's Chinese virus. And what's at stake in the coronavirus's name? Well, let's get into that. In Donald Trump's remarks during a press conference yesterday last week, Corona was crossed out and replaced with the word Chinese, reflecting his fixation on the coronavirus's origins. The president's attempt to racialize the pandemic be a cover-up of the fact that he trusted false reassurances from Beijing. The man's a sucker. Just like when he's with Vladimir Putin and says, Vlad here tells me that I shouldn't listen to my own intelligence. His network, there's no intelligence between his ears. So he believes Xi Jinping when Xi Jinping said, "We cool, man." And as a matter of fact, on January 24th, Donald Trump had a message for the Chinese government at the beginning of the year. Great job! 2 thumbs up! The thumbs were up his butt. And so on January 24th, he tweeted, "China has been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. On behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi. Over the next month, the president repeatedly praised the Chinese Communist government for its handling of coronavirus, which, by all evidence, first emerged from this wildlife market in the transportation hub of Wuhan, China, late yesteryear. Trump lauded Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping as strong, sharp, and powerfully focused on leading the counterattack on coronavirus, and emphasized that the United States government was working closely with Red China to contain this disease. For months, Trump himself referenced the illness as coronavirus. In early March, though, several conservative, in reality reactionary media figures began exploiting Wuhan virus, or Chinese virus instead. On March 16th, Trump himself began to refer to it as the Chinese virus, prompting commentators to charge that he was racializing the pandemic. In contrast, some early media reports had referred to the illness as the Wuhan virus, but most outlets switched to referring to the coronavirus not long after it emerged, following the advice of public health experts concerned about the very possibility of stigma from associating deadly diseases with a particular ethnic group or location. Some reactionary outlets subsequently began attacking critics of the president's change in language as propagandists for the Chinese Communist Party. Well, I would think you would know better than to accuse me of that. Even before Trump's adoption of Chinese virus, Asian Americans have been facing a wave of discrimination, harassment, and violence in response to this epidemic. The president's rhetoric did not start this backlash, but the decision to embrace the term Chinese virus reinforced the association between a worldwide pandemic and people of a particular national origin, legitimizing that link with all the authority of the office of the President of these United States is not just morally abhorrent, but fatally dangerous. The President's now constant use of Chinese virus is but the latest example of a reactionary phenomenon you might call the racism rope-a-dope, with apologies from myself to the late boxer Muhammad Ali, who coined the latter half of the term to describe his strategy of luring an opponent into wearing himself out. Trump and his acolytes are never more comfortable than when they be defending expressions of bigotry as plain common sense, and accusing their liberal critics of being oversensitive snowflakes who care more about protecting those people than they do about you. They seek to reduce any political dispute to this simple equation whenever possible. The former Trump advisor, Steve Bannon, told the American Prospect, circa 2017, "I want them to talk about racism every day. If the left is focused on race and identity, and we go with economic nationalism, we can crush the Democrats." In this instance, though, the gambit served two additional purposes: distracting the public from Trump's catastrophic mishandling of the coronavirus pandemic, and disguising the fact that Trump's failures stemmed from his selfishness and fondness for authoritarian leaders, which in turn made him an easy mark for the communist Chinese government's disinformation. Reactionaries be fond of telling liberals who accuse the Republican Party of prejudice, "This is how you got Trump!" A retort that be less a rebuttal than an affirmation. Trump understands that overt expressions of prejudice draw condemnation from liberals, which in turn rallies his own base around him, who loves the expression of racism. Calling the coronavirus the Chinese virus not only informs Trump's base that foreigners be the culprits, it also offers his supporters the emotional satisfaction of venting fury at liberals for unfairly accusing reactionaries of racism. The point is to turn a pandemic that threatens both mass death and the collapse of the American economy into a culture war argument in which the electorate can be polarized along partisan lines again. Reactionaries insist that the Communist Chinese government itself bears a great deal of responsibility for the outbreak, and that the president is merely holding the CCP, or the Communist Chinese Party, accountable. They argue that liberals, by criticizing the president's rhetoric as racist, are themselves falling into a trap set by Chinese propagandists who are hoping to characterize any criticism of Beijing's role in the outbreak as racism. This criticism, I myself will attest, contains an element of truth. As the Wall Street Journal reported in early March, the Chinese Communist government lied about the threat posed by COVID-19 and the coronavirus's transmissibility to humans, and dragged its feet in informing the public, theirs and everyone else's, even to point of silencing a whistleblower, Li Wenliang, who tried to warn his country about the threat of the disease before succumbing to it himself. The New York Times, in early February, reported that by not moving aggressively to warn the public and medical professionals, public health experts conclude that the Chinese Communist government lost one of its best chances to keep the disease from becoming epidemic. Since that report, CHICOM officials have engaged in a propaganda offensive, expelling American journalists, minimizing their early missteps, and putting forth a conspiracy theory that the virus was engineered by the American military. Compared with all this, the president's defenders so arduous, Trump referring to the coronavirus as the Chinese virus seems trivial. Lost in that comparison, however, is the fact that the most effective target of CCP disinformation has been Donald Trump himself. The president's public praise of the Chinese Communist government's response was not simply a public stance. According to the Washington Post, at the same time that Trump was stating that Beijing had the disease under control, United States intelligence agencies were already warning him that Chinese officials appeared to be minimizing the severity of the outbreak. Administration, shall I say, misadministration officials directly warned Donald Trump of the danger posed by this virus, but the Washington Post reported that Trump's insistence on the contrary seemed to rest in his relationship with Communist China's dictator Xi Jinping, whom Donald Trump believed was providing him with reliable information about how the virus was spreading in Red China, despite reports from intelligence agencies of his own that Chinese officials were not being candid about the true scale of the crisis. The radicalized right's rhetorical shift, then, is not just another racism rope-a-dope, an attempt to bait the left into a culture war argument and divide attention from the president's disastrous mishandling of the coronavirus pandemic. It is also an attempt to cover up the fact that the Red Chinese government's communist propaganda campaign was so effective that it had helped persuade the President of these United States not to take any adequate precautionary measures himself to stem a tide of pestilence that the United States government officials saw coming clear as day. Now faced with the profound consequences of that decision, the radicalized right has settled on a strategy that does little to hold Beijing accountable for its criminal mishandling of the coronavirus, but instead plays into Beijing's attempt to cast any criticism of the Chinese Communist government's response as racism. Not only is the Red Chinese virus gambit morally objectionable, but it is also inimical to the strategic interests the Trump misadministration was supposedly pursuing. The term maketh no distinction between Red China's authoritarian government and people who happen to be of Chinese origin, and undermines the unified front the Trump administration would want if it were actually concerned with countering Red Chinese communist government propaganda. Instead, the Trump misadministration has chosen a political tactic that strengthens the president's political prospects by polarizing the electorate and covers up his own role as dictator Xi Jinping's patsy, whilst making its own pushback against CCP or Chinese Communist Party propaganda less effective. In fact, negates it into ineffectivity. The Trump misadministration might have chosen any number of methods to hold the Red Chinese government accountable for its criminal mishandling of the outbreak that would not legitimize anti-Asian racism. It settled on a verbal taunt ineffective at countering disinformation, but well suited to pursuing the president's political interests. This approach reflects the most glaring flaws of Trumpist misgovernance, which have become only more acute during the coronavirus crisis. It exacerbates rather than solves the underlying problem, placing the president's political objectives above all other concerns, even the ones both the president himself and his supporters claim to value. A week after first deploying the term Chinese virus, even the president seemed to have regrets about the tactic. Trump told reporters at a press conference, was it but yesterday or the day before, in the afternoon, It seems like there could be a little bit of nasty language toward Asian Americans in our country, and I don't like that at all. These are incredible people. They love our country. Why, them yellow niggers from India, they fixed up all the broken ventilators I gave, Gavin Newsom, the Metro fag. Okay, he didn't say that. But he said, these are incredible people. They love our country, and I'm not going to let it happen. Oh, man. I'm rolling my eyes. You cannot see me, but I'm rolling my eyes. And the president never said who might be using the nasty language, or what that nasty language was, nor did he offer any theories as to why anyone might be using it. So that left us with nothing! Which be entirely typical of Trump. I mean, when he has sex, I'm convinced he's shooting blank loads. To reiterate, President Donald J. Trump's own notes, as both photographically and videographically recorded, betray where Corona was crossed out and Corona replaced with Chinese virus. In 2009, at the height of the H1N1 pandemic, a group of researchers in these United States and Canadian Dominion decided to test whether public health interventions might limit disease-induced prejudice along with disease itself. In one part of the study, members of both vaccinated and unvaccinated groups were asked to read an article that amplified the threats of the pandemic, then complete a survey that assessed their attitudes towards immigrants. The vaccinated subjects, it turned out, exhibited less prejudice than their unvaccinated counterparts. Which just goes to show anyone who avoids vaccination is a goddamn racist. That's not an April Fool's jest. I mean what I say. Take as that in context of what I've just articulated. And in another part of same study, the researchers determined that defining vaccination in terms of contamination, the seasonal flu, well, let me see if I can find the text from that actual study that was passed on to myself from the colleagues I used to know from mini med school over at UCSF. It reads, the seasonal flu vaccine involves injecting people with the seasonal flu virus. Increased prejudice in subjects concerned about disease, whereas defining it in terms of protection, the seasonal flu vaccine protects people from the seasonal flu virus, had no such effect. Initiatives that minimize disease, the researchers so concluded, might also end up minimizing discrimination. This is important. Now, Eula Bliss cites this admittedly imperfect but telling research in her mesmerizing book about vaccination entitled On Immunity, which observeth that an innate wariness of perceived outgroups, immigrants, ethnic minorities, people with visible disabilities, amounts to an ancient disease prevention mechanism. We are all racist. It's a redundant survival mechanism. Evolutionary psychologists refer to a behavioral immunosystem that attunes humans to physical differences or unfamiliar behaviors even when it poses no risk. This tendency peaks at moments of particular vulnerability. One study from 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized and transitioned from this world, which suggests that pregnant women exhibit more xenophobia than usual during the early stages of gestation. Eula Bliss quotes Susan Sontag, who wrote that syphilis was the French pox to the English, morbus Germanicus to the Parisians, the Naples sickness to the Florentines, the Chinese disease to the Japanese. It be of no help that popular perceptions of disease dependest on metaphors of foreign infiltration. This, of course, be literally satanic, as set from whence we derive etymologically and conceptually. Satan himself, the original Set of ancient Egypt, was the god of pestilential foreigners, the anti-god, the god of the enemy. And as the anthropologist Emily Martin writes in her work entitled Flexible Bodies, textbooks and magazines tend to depict the body as a site of warfare between ruthless invaders and determined offenders. It was only a matter of time before Donald Trump enlisted such language to serve his nativist agenda. Although COVID-19, the disease caused by the novel coronavirus, has killed more than 20,000 people and affected countries around the world, 44,000 by this point actually. Trump's fixation on its origins in Wuhan, China, has encouraged a rash of anti-Asian bigotry in these United States. Acknowledging such harassment during a White House briefing on, well, a Monday night, some 420 night gone, Trump urged the public to protect our Asian American community. You know, the yellow niggers who fix the respirators. And the ones who own the restaurant I used to get my takeout from before they were all killed by a bunch of black and white gangs. But this paltry call for tolerance does not compensate for the prejudice that he himself and other figures on the radicalized right have themselves helped foment. This month, well, yestermencies, but last month, Trump took to referring to COVID-19 as the Chinese virus, presenting the label as a corrective to Beijing officials' claims that the American military was the source of Outbreak. Countering misinformation, however, is hardly the same thing as implicating an entire fucking people. Now, week before last, week prior yester Septimania, an Asian American journalist reported that a member of the president's staff called COVID-19 the Kung Flu to her face. This Wednesday, well, Wednesday before this Wednesday night, midweek last week, midweek yester Septimania, the Washington Post reported that representatives of the G7 countries, the 7 most industrialized and developed nations on Earth, failed to agree on a joint statement about the pandemic because the Trump misadministration insisted on employing the term Wuhan virus. Senator John Cornyn, Republican of Texas, said in a recent videotaped interview, whilst he was defending Trump's libel, that China is to blame because the culture where people eat bats and snakes and dogs and things like that, these viruses be transmitted from the animal to the people, and that's why China has been the source of a lot of these viruses, like SARS, like MERS, like swine flu. Like Americans don't eat the fucking pigs, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, man, what are you, fucking them? Well, maybe John Cornyn is. Cornyn's statement is startling in its ignorance. Neither MERS, which stands for Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, derp, nor the 2009 strain of H1N1, the official name of the swine influenza, is thought to have originated in China. But he is not wrong to connect Trump's fear-mongering nickname for the novel coronavirus to the stories of pandemics past. The history of disease offers numerous examples of how ill-chosen names can instigate undue prejudice toward particular ethnic or religious communities. Circa 2015, the World Health Organization issued a set of best practices for naming new infectious diseases in order to reduce the potential for stigma. its recommendations discouraged basing nomenclature on geographic locations, such as Japanese encephalitis, or Jap brain disease, or proper names such as Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is another word for Alzheimer's syndrome, that's produced, of course, by bovine encephalitis, spongiform encephalitis, where the brain turns to a sponge. By the way, when our man Brendan was bringing up the longhorn that the Native Americans had never seen, but in prevision, they were seeing what were called bovines, not cows, because that also included bison. They were seeing bison. But I guess that could also apply to buffalo, so maybe that, maybe saying cows is... cows is not really a scientific term, and I don't like it. It's like, I'm not going to go there. All right. The World Health Organization has these recommendations discouraging basing nomenclature for new emergent diseases on geographic locations like the Japanese encephalitis, the proper names that are based on like these ethnic scientists that discovered them, and the coupling of the co-discoverers like Creutzfeldt-Jakob, or species of animals and food that would basically cause people to fear and perhaps even persecute animals and avoid foodstuffs, or trying to tell other people not to eat foods that could otherwise be a source of nutrition or sustenance or even pleasure and gratification. There's no point in denying people that because of a goddamn name. And have people start fearing and potentially trying to kill animals that be innocent of bearing such diseases simply from a generic name like monkeypox. Or even cultural and occupational references like Legionnaire's disease, which of course there's not many people who know a French foreign legionnaire, which be the majority of people who would use that term. But it came from the term American Legion. And of course the American Legion was a bunch of military vets in this United States who were all old and lame and all fucked up and basically manifested as a group a certain range of symptoms that became known as Legionnaire's disease, which is kind of like lame because then people think French foreign legionnaires are carrying disease. So you want to avoid all this shit. Now, the World Health Organization has also warned against certain terms, like they're fear generative, they're fear-mongery. You don't want to use terms like unknown, fatal, or epidemic that incite unnecessary fear. Now, Keiji Fukuda, at the time, the World Health Organization's Assistant Director General for Health Security, issued statement that this may all seem like a trivial issue to some, but disease names really do matter to the people who be directly affected. It took the World Health Organization weeks to land on the name COVID-19, which be but acronymous, stand-in for Coronavirus Disease 2019, indicative of the year of discovery, or isolation of the virus. Much of the old nomenclature has turned out to be not only stigmatizing but completely inaccurate. The Ebola virus, for instance, gets its name from a river that sits about 40 miles from Yambuku, the Congolese village where researchers first investigated that disease circa 1976. In his memoir, entitled No Time to Lose, Peter Piot, the doctor whose team worked towards the discovery of this virus, admits that they made a hasty decision while in an entirely fatigued state, choosing a natural landmark as an eponym to evade risking the reputation of an entire country. Piot, his surname spelled P-I-O-T, later learned that he even had a bad map. The Ebola River is not even the closest river to Yambuku. I mean, believe me, I've been there. Not there, but I've been in Africa where, I've been in the Horn of Africa, and even I will slip and mix up capitals of nations that I've been in. It's easy to do. There's a certain sound, and then when you think of Africa and you think of things that you've gone through, Kinshasa, Kampala, you begin just almost like not really paying attention to what you're saying. There is a magic to the place. I'll use that word. Kinshasa is the traditional African name for what the Dutch called Leopoldstad, which would be Frankified for the rest of the world into Leopoldville, the capital and the largest city of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I once actually was talking about that when I was referring to the nation that was once ruled by Idi Amin Dada. And of course, he was the president of Uganda. And when I think back, of course, on Uganda, and its capital is Kampala. By the way, I'm going to actually look that up to make sure that I remember that correctly. Yeah, it's a lot of drugs. I was using a lot of drugs while I was there. Kampala! Hey, fuck, I remember. Holy shit. One time I was on record saying, talking about the capital where I saw the statue of Adolf Hitler that was constructed by Idi Amin Dada. And I was talking about seeing the statue in Kinshasa while I was talking about Uganda. Now, I've never been to Congo, and that was the capital thereof. I meant to say Kampala in Uganda, and it was just one of those things that slipped. This is going to happen, and believe me, anyone who says otherwise, they can eat shit and bark at the fucking moon. What the fuck do they know? Now, the Spanish influenza, so-called, the American Army flu, which coincided as a weaponized virus with the First World War, was so named because Spain, which remained a neutral power, had no qualms about covering its outbreak, having the freest press in the world at the time, far freer than America's, which was undergoing all kinds of censorship during wartime. Whereas Germany, France, the UK, and the United States were all suppressing accounts of the disease to preserve public morale, or culpability in the case of the American Empire, the Spanish did the most reporting, and therefore it got the name the Spanish flu. Most evidence, all evidence, proves that Spain was not the first country to witness an outbreak, nor was it even the hardest hit. Of course, it was incepted in the cantons of Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, the cantonments of the troops. And it was incepted here, in these United States, and spread to the rest of the world, altering the face of the surface of the earth forever, ending World War I, and guaranteeing a second World War, as Germans sought vengeance and justice for Versailles. During the 2009 outbreak of H1N1, which came to be called the swine flu because it resembled other viruses that commonly affected pigs, pork farmers reported huge losses in their industry. Though the illness was likely developed through a combination of animals, both Red China and revanchist Russia banned all pork imports, and health officials in Egypt ordered the widespread culling of hundreds of thousands of pigs, ravaging the livelihood of the country's swine farmers, almost all of whom were among the Christian minority, since Muslims, of course, do not eat pork. So just the naming after an animal can destroy the livelihood of innocent people that you never intended to harm. Words are like bullets. They cannot be withdrawn once they have been fired. And when they be fired, it be to lethal effect. Remember that every time you speak. Never open your mouth without thought. In these United States, perhaps no disease better illustrates the perils of disease naming than AIDS. Acquired immunity deficiency syndrome, it be acronyms for, which in its early days was sometimes called gay cancer. Epidemiologists have argued that this label exacerbated the government's disastrous response, allowing officials to recast the outbreak as a niche liberal issue, in the words of one study, rather than the epidemic that it remains today. The comparison between COVID-19 and AIDS be imperfect at best. For one thing, the American government delayed confronting the AIDS epidemic for years, not weeks. Still, it's hard not to see similarity between the recent reports of harassment against Asian Americans and the stigmatization of gay people suffered in the wake of the AIDS outbreak. Carol Golden, a researcher at Reuters University, wrote circa 1994 that aligning any disease so closely with a single group allows the rest of society to simultaneously assign blame and, through contrast, define their own supposed innocence. And this, she added, is not simply a civil rights issue, but a serious public health threat. It allows those outside of the targeted group to consider themselves exempt from risk. It's not clear that anyone, anywhere in the world, can at this point reasonably claim exemption from the threat of COVID-19. Least of all the countless Americans flouting the social distancing measures intended to protect themselves and their entire communities. These radicalized rightist reactionaries who feel that by blatantly shaking hands, hell, they might as well be switching their fucking spit, that they're upholding a political stance. God damn them all to dying from COVID-19, in righteous wrath wrought upon themselves by their own racist irrationality. The terror of Trump's finger-pointing is not only that it will surely exacerbate the misdirected anger and violence against Asians and Asian Americans. It be his jingoism that undermines the collective effort that's essential to slowing this virus's spread. In her book that I was sourcing, Biss likens immunity to a garden we tend together, urging readers to acknowledge that we owe our health, in part, to one another. Now, when I'm talking about this book writ by the Madam Biss, I really can't describe how something like this can really move me when people wonder how I came to see vaccination as so essential, how I came to be such a militant, pro-vaccine advocate. It is through reading the works of Eula Biss and so many others. Her work titled On Immunity really gets to the heart of the humanity of why we have to do what we do with vaccines. So, when you read her work and you see her liken immunity to a garden we tend together, that we understand that if that person be sick, so am I. That our health is communal. Then you realize that overcoming a pandemic, let alone preventing it, requires a mutual interdependence that be completely inimical to Donald Trump's exclusive worldview, in that it excludes those he would never include in his world. And last Thursday, a photographer from the Washington Post captured an image of a printout of the president's remarks from a press conference. And on the page, Corona was crossed out with a black marker, replaced with the word Chinese. Inimical to the garden of interdependence, there must always be the other to blame. Whether it be a race, a nation, or an individual, Trump can only exist via the persecution of someone else. And as the crisis worsens in the weeks to come, this image of that page, where Corona be crossed in black marker and replaced with Chinese, all to cater to the same racists who hold that inimical worldview, inimical to all humanity as a species. His cult of anti-godliness. This replacement of one word with another, the Latin word for crown, corona, replaced with the word Chinese, will stand as a small but apt encapsulation of our president's pathologically misplaced priorities and the agenda of his cult. And that's what brings us to understanding what works and how some countries are beating back the coronavirus. With Europe and the United States locked in deadly battle with the coronavirus that causes COVID-19, a number of countries that were hit early by the virus are doing a far better job of beating it back. Leading these two young men, Brendan Zogit and Michael Griffin, who were with myself on the show earlier, into explaining what they felt was a precursor to Asian ascendance. China, which is now diagnosing more cases in returning travelers than in people infected at home, has reported no new domestically acquired cases by Wednesday of yester Septimania for the first time in more than 12 months. South Korea, which had an explosive outbreak that began in February, is aggressively battering down its epidemic curve. Singapore, Hong Kong, and mine own Taiwan have together reported only about 600 cases. Those successes have been bought by a layering of what be known as non-pharmaceutical initiatives, acronyms as NPIs, inclusive social distancing and travel restrictions aimed at severing chains of transmission to keep the virus from going into an exponential growth cycle. None of the other countries have been as aggressive as Communist China on the back foot in trying to recover, which put tens of millions of people into forced quarantine for weeks. And these other locales have not all adopted an across-the-board checklist of measures, while kids in Hong Kong haven't been in school since late January. Class continues in Singapore. So let me try and provide this overview at some of the techniques these governments that will ascend into the cornerstone of world culture and economics in our near future as assented and attested by both Brendan Zogit and Michael Griffin as we opened the first part of this transmission in the first part of tonight's episode while they were all in the car together and attracting the attention of cops. Basically, what I can tell you is that when I provide this overview of some of the techniques these governments have employed and how they stack up to steps being taken in these United States as well as the United Kingdom, which has come under heavy scrutiny for its approach, fairly or not, then you will begin to see why Brendan Zogett and Michael Griffin knowest what they do, and seest what they see of our future. Singapore has seen its numbers gradually tick up, but it hasn't had an explosion of cases, likely because it has aggressively tracked where the virus was circulating. Of the 345 cases it has recorded, 124 have recovered and 221 are considered active cases. It has not yet recorded a death. So David Heyman, who led the World Health Organization's response to the 2003 SARS outbreak and now teaches infectious diseases epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, has confirmed that Singapore has done everything right. They've been openly communicating every day on what's going on, and they've made it clear to the population, and the population understands that they're not only to protect themselves, but protect others. Health authorities have severed several transmission chains, tracking down people who have been in contact with any known case and ordering them into domestic quarantine. There they be checked twice daily to see if they have developed a fever. Mass gatherings were canceled. Schools have not been closed, though students go through temperature screening to enter. So does anyone entering most buildings or restaurants. Heyman, who was in Singapore recently to lecture at Saw Swee Hock School of Public Health, said at the start of each class, a picture would be taken of the classroom, so that if any student became ill, there would be a record of who had been in close contact with him or her. So there's all kinds of innovations and measures going on. That's what he told STAT, S-T-A-T. I'm forgetting what that journalism acronym stands for exactly, but if I remember correctly, it's an American health-oriented news website launched on November 4th of 2015 by John W. Henry, the owner of the Boston Globe. It's produced by Boston Globe Media and is headquartered in the Globe's own building in Boston, and they report from the frontiers of health and medicine. And so if you want to know more about anything you're medically interested in, they're one of the places to turn to, and they're highly recommended by myself. As a matter of fact, much of the information I present to you is gathered from sources such as STAT. Now, Singapore also quickly developed a much-needed serology test, a blood test used to look for antibodies in blood that be a sign of previous infection. Getting a handle on how many people have been infected be critical to understanding how deadly this virus really is, as stressed by every expert on the subject. Authorities in Singapore actually employed the serology test in late February to find the source of a cluster of cases in a church group. So how about Hong Kong? Now, Hong Kong, like Taiwan and Singapore, bears deep psychological scars from the 2003 SARS outbreak. Hong Kong had the most cases of the disease outside of mainland China, and people there remember the trauma that came with it. So do their public health leaders, who have prepared for disruptive infectious diseases outbreaks in the years since SARS and the 2009 H1N1 flu pandemic. People take respiratory health hygiene seriously, routinely wearing surgical masks in public if they be sick to prevent spread unto others. Ben Cowling, a professor of infectious diseases epidemiology, and Wei Wen Lim, a graduate student in infectious disease epidemiology at the University of Hong Kong, co-wrote in a recent opinion piece for the New York Times that these places were better equipped to face an outbreak of the new coronavirus than many others. Now, Hong Kong responded very quickly. Within days of China's December 31st announcement that it was finding unusual cases of pneumonia, doctors were told to report any patient who had influenza-like illness and a travel history to Wuhan. Borders crossings into communist China were closed. First some, then all. Schools and universities haven't been open since the Asian Lunar New Year, on January 23rd, though online learning has replaced classroom teaching in some circumstances. Hong Kong has been testing for the virus, aggressively trying to locate cases. People have been urged to telework if possible and to practice social distancing. Gabriel Leung, Dean of Medicine at the University of Hong Kong, said measures have largely worked, but the toll be high. And both he and Cowling be concerned. People are starting to let down their guard. Now, if I remember his quote, Leung had noted that it has become apparent over the past couple of weeks what he was observing. Well, to read what he said here from the Chinese, I'll translate. I think we are already beginning to see a little bit of response fatigue among the people. You see that people are beginning to mix again. They're beginning to come out again because it's been 12 months already. So how do you still keep alert and keep this up? There is only so much that any population would be able to tolerate. And so what of Taiwan? Now, my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, under guardianship of the daughter of my mind, the Dietrich Artilect, did not even move initially to cut off air travel with Wuhan as Singapore did, but doctors boarded all incoming flights with temperature scanners looking for people who were unwell. Later, it did ban most flights from Communist China. Mass gatherings were not banned, but were discouraged. The government controlled the distribution and pricing of medical masks. Cowling and Lim reported on this as well. Stiff fines, up to more than 30,000 United States dollars, were threatened for people who violated home quarantine orders. Caitlin Rivers, an assistant professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, when speaking of Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Korea, observed that all of these places are coupling aggressive testing strategies to identify cases with isolation, contact tracing, and sometimes quarantine of at-risk peoples. And they have also layered on community mitigation strategies, school closures, and other closures. So what I take us away from that is that it's important to layer these strategies to try and accommodate both of them. And Caitlin Rivers herself tried to look at whether the measures were being successful at driving down new infection rates by pulling up data on other types of communicable infections, both respiratory illnesses, diarrheal diseases, and conjunctivitis. In a short analysis, which she posted on Twitter, Rivers noted that rates of these other infections declined after stringent social distancing practices were put into place. There, you see, if you'd all just stop fucking each other, you'd all be so much more healthy. Well, a lot less gratified and a lot more stressed, but hey, physically a lot more healthy. And so she said, the things that are also spread through close contact have fallen dramatically. And so that tells me it's individual level social distancing behavior that is contributing to the control. Of course, it's physical distancing. I don't know why they're using the term social distancing. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. You're physically staying away. You're stressing space between two people incarnate in corporeal embodiment. Physical distancing will do, I think, as a far better term. So, people are asking me some questions, chat room and otherwise. Isn't South Korea a different case? Indeed, the Republic of Korea has had a different trajectory from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore. The new coronavirus took root in a very large and closely knit, I would say incestuous, religious sect. A development that led to an explosive outbreak, which the other three have not experienced. As of, well, yestermenses, early last month, South Korea had reported just over 8,400 cases and 91 deaths. But whereas Western countries that have reached numbers like those see daily and every larger case rises in their case counts, South Korea's outbreak curve was immediately beaten back. Well, nigh immediately so. So, let me try and say that in better English. Whereas Western countries that have reached numbers like I articulated for South Korea, and then see that daily and every day, every larger rises in their case counts on a daily basis, South Korea's outbreak curve was smashed flat. From a one-day high of 909 new cases on February 29th, South Korea has seen its daily cases count rise by as few as 74 cases starting the beginning of Yestermenses last month, and that swung back up on Thursday of that same week, the first week of last month, on the Thursday of that first week opening Yestermenses to 152 from 74. So it had its seesaw moments before it flattened, smashed the curve fucking flat. Because the country is testing aggressively. More than 250,000 people had been tested by March 15th, as Foreign Minister Kang Kyung-hwa told the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company. And she suggested early detection and treatment may explain as to why South Korea's death rate, despite all its initial overinflation of infections, actually be lower than other places with large numbers of cases. She emphasizing verbally on the BBC interview, from which I quoted, testing is central because that leads to early detection. It minimizes further spread and it quickly treats those found with the virus. South Korea introduced drive-through testing, allowing people to be checked for disease, sans even leaving their vehicles. Travelers returning from abroad have to provide contact information and report their health status for 14 days, a full fortnight, 12 weeks after their return via a mobile app. As the South Korea CDC, the Korean Center for Disease Control website reports, and you can find out the details therefrom, as I did. Now, the South Korean CDC has recommended that Koreans refrain from international travel at this time and has urged people to avoid large gatherings and church services. Companies have been encouraged to allow its workers who are able to work from home. Can this technique even begin to be applied elsewhere? Is it too late in white trash shitholes like the United Kingdom and these United States? White trash sewers of shit, I mean to say. Now, many epidemiologists and mathematical modelers who have been plotting the possible trajectory of this pandemic knowest there being no choice but to try some of these serious social distancing measures other countries have taken. But Mark Lipsitch, his name be, an infectious diseases epidemiologist at Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health, said the possibility of containment, stopping spread, through rigorous tracing of all contacts of known cases, is not realistic in these white trash shitholes. Well, he didn't use that term, but I do. He confirmed that that window has closed. And to explain it in his own words, which I shall quote as verbatim, I think one thing to learn from those experiences is that what's appropriate when an epidemic is small and mostly ascertained is not appropriate when an epidemic is large and mostly not ascertained. I would say put in place as intense as possible social distancing and get the messaging from the White House consistent with that right away, everywhere, with the short-term goal of trying to reduce the demand on the healthcare system. Now, any university still in session should send students home, especially those living in dormitories, which be but one step away from cruise ships in terms of density and poor ventilation. Lipsitch said, that time be limited, if not up, towards making any difference. himself concluding that the data that we just assembled from Wuhan about the timing and magnitude of the peak demand for critical care proves first that it can very quickly, even sans that many people being infected compared to the baseline population as a whole, exceed per capita bed capacity in these United States. Himself noting there was a 4-week lag between the shutdown of Wuhan and the overwhelming of critical care units. So if you wait till you see a problem, then you have another month of agony at least. And it be self-evident that this be the kind of message Great Britain has not been heeding. There was a huge controversy yestermensis last month when it seemed like the United Kingdom intended to simply allow enough people to become infected so that the population would develop herd immunity spontaneously, like magic. You know, Harry Potter. Just wave that wand. Or is that Boris Johnson's prick? Adam Kucharski, an associate professor of infectious diseases epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, said it was never the government's plan to drive toward herd immunity. Rather, there was an acknowledgement that might be what happens because the virus was deemed impossible to control. Kucharski himself saying that it's not been an aim to get everyone infected as soon as possible. It's more this really tough situation we've got where the options we have are probably not going to be able to fully control this in the long term. I mean, so I guess that means that the British logic is let's sit back and do absolutely fucking nothing. Because, you know, we're afraid what we're going to do isn't going to work anyway, so, you know, what the fuck? I mean, just lie down and die, right? I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, British pluck. British pluck my fucking ass. The country, or the Empire of Britannia, has now taken a swing towards the types of early and aggressive social distancing methods other countries are trying to implement. The government is urging people with even mild symptoms to self-isolate, but Kucharski worried that message was going unheard in the din about herd immunity. And the Empire, he said, was trying to save some of the more difficult measures, really stringent social distancing approaches that be hard to sustain over time, for closer to when they be needed. Which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. Kucharski insisting, it makes no sense to use them. Oh, it makes sense to use them, given that they're short-term measures. Use them when they've got the most impact. You can't shut down your country for months. Oh, the hell you can't. Just look at Denmark. So, Rivers, the lady I cited earlier, has suggested that this is a risky approach. It sounds completely fucking insane. It is stupefied. Like stupidly petrified. It is stupefying. Stupidly petrifying. And so I agree with Rivers and stand by her shoulder to shoulder when she observes that I think that's a difficult thing to time. My recommendations for these United States context, at least, is to begin social distancing measures immediately. So in these United States, a tepid early response, marked by a prolonged delay in ramping up testing and a White House that initially seemed intent on playing down the scale of the threat, has given way to a war footing. And this week, the White House urged Americans to embrace social distancing by not taking part in gatherings of more than 10 people. In a community, well, in a number of communities, restaurants are closed to all but takeout and delivery service. Some states have closed schools. The entire American empire be on edge. But with large-scale testing capacity, still only even now remotely coming up to speed, it remains completely unclear how deeply the virus has embedded itself into American empire, and whether the measures people and their local, state, and national governments be trying to adopt can slow the coronavirus's progress at all. 'Tis also unclear how long communities can sustain the dramatic lifestyle changes that appear to be needed to slow the virus's spread. Michael Osterholm, director of the University of Minnesota's Center for the Infectious Diseases Research and Policy, has warned that right now people are approaching this if they be basically sheltering in place for a Minneapolis blizzard lasting 2 to 3 days. And that's the mindset that they have, where in fact we need to look at this like a coronavirus winter, where we're only in the first weeks of what will be a very long season. The bleak polar night of our species' transmission from darkness into dawn. This could last many months, most easily. And we need to make our actions proportional to the risk in the community, or else we run the risk of people just getting tired of them when that particular community has not seen increased transmission of the virus. Now, all of this medical politics brings us to the fact that a coronavirus explosion was expected in the Japanese Empire. Yet while the coronavirus pandemic has led to the postponement of the 2020 Olympics in the Empire of Japan, where is the coronavirus explosion? 12 months after its first case, the Japanese Empire hasn't seen viral surge. Infections be well below G7 members such as these United States and even United Germany. So, the Japanese Empire was one of the first countries outside of Red China itself hit by the coronavirus, and now it's one of the least affected among developed nations. That's puzzling health experts worldwide. Unlike Red China's draconian isolation measures, the mass quarantine in much of Europe and big United States cities ordering people to shelter in place, the Japanese Empire has imposed not a single lockdown. While there have been disruptions caused by school closures, life continues as normal for much of the population. Tokyo rush hour trains are still packed and restaurants all remain open. The looming question is whether the Japanese Empire has dodged a bullet or is about to be hit. The government contends it has been aggressive in identifying clusters and containing the spread, which makes its overall and per capita number of infections among the lowest among all developed economies. Critics argue that the Japanese Empire has simply been lax in testing, perhaps looking to keep the infection numbers low as it's set to host the Olympics in Tokyo in July. Of course, it's since given up on that objective, and therefore the critics have no more excuse, whereas the Japanese are still pretty much living free. Granted, the Japanese Empire's initial slow response to this virus, its handling of the Diamond Princess cruise ship, where about 1 in 5 people aboard became infected while it was quarantined in Yokohama, and the decision not to initially block travel from Red China left the Japanese Empire open to criticism. It could become home to a second Wuhan. Steps taken to contain the virus, such as shutting schools and calling off large events, now look tame in comparison to what others have done. But as of later March, essentially into this month, March 18th, the last I checked, the Japanese Empire has had only little more than 900 confirmed cases, excluding the cruise ship. The United States, France, and United Germany were all above 7,000 cases, and Italy was nearing 36,000 at that same time. Neighbor South Korea, which tested aggressively amid a surge of confirmed infections from late February, was at about 8,500 cases, but its new infections were already tapering off. In Tokyo, among the world's most densely packed metropolitan areas, cases made up 0.0008% of the population. The northern main island of Hokkaido, the skiing destination that was Japan's worst hit area, is already lifting a state of emergency as new cases have slowed. Japan has actually seen fewer cases of coronavirus. Kenji Shibuya, a professor at King's College London and a former chief of health policy at the World Health Organization, sees two possibilities: that the Japanese Empire has contained the spread by focusing on outbreak clusters, or that there be outbreaks yet to be found. And so he speculated that both be reasonable, but his own guess was that the Japanese Empire might about to be seeing the explosion and would then inevitably shift from containment to delay the peak phase very soon. He himself acknowledging at the time that the number of tests was already increasing, but not enough. And then we had the reality of the early alarm. Japan's proximity to Red China helped in raising the alarm when the disease was in a more controllable phase. In late January, shortly after the Japanese Empire's first infection of a person who had not been to China, hand sanitizers started popping up in offices and stores. Mask sales spiked, and people began to accept some basic steps to protect public health. This may have also helped the Japanese Empire flatten the curve for infection. Laurie Garrett, an American global health writer, referring to the technical name of the coronavirus by actually naming it correctly, the proper scientific name being SARS-CoV-2, or Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronal Virus Mutation 2. She be quoted as saying, "Japan has been fortunate that only a small number of cases of SARS-CoV-2 were brought into the country, and they seem to have remained concentrated in finite areas, easy to control." So, despite the infectiousness of the virus, a March 9th report by a government-appointed panel said that about 80% of the cases identified in the Japanese Empire did not pass on the infection. But there's little consensus over why, and skepticism over whether the same government that was issued a rare rebuke by the American health authorities for letting the Diamond Princess outbreak get out of hand is getting it right on coronavirus. Well, of course, what they were doing with the Diamond Princess was intentional. They were using it as a petri dish to very detachedly and heartlessly observe its progress. And therefore, they were able to calculate what to do so that it would not progress on the home islands themselves, as it did on that petri dish floating outside the bay of Yokohama. Japan may have some, how would I say this? In a report yesterday, last month, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe cited the findings of the report that I've articulated, in which Japan was able to, through its government-appointed panel, ascertain that 80% of the cases identified in the Japanese Empire are not even passing on the infection. It brings one to conclusion that this be a genetic immunity. And the Japanese are not going to say that, because that's just going to piss everyone else off in the rest of the world. So what they did instead was simply, the panel that is, in a report yesterday, last month, concluded that many infection clusters had been identified at a comparatively early stage. Well, that doesn't mean shit in places like the United States and the United Kingdom. So why would that be the case in Japan, that would have any meaning? Yet Prime Minister Shinzo Abe cited those findings when he said yesterday, last month, that Japan didn't yet need to declare a state of emergency. And I agree. So, the Japanese Empire has built-in advantages. It's a culture where handshakes and hugs are less common than in other G7 countries. It also has rates of hand washing above those in Europe, which, of course, is, compared to the United States, you'd think the Japanese lived underwater, meaning they were washing all the time. It's really all this hygiene that has also helped prevent the spread. If you got a population of habitual hand washers, as the Japanese are, being very obsessed with cleanliness and hygiene, then most diseases don't stand a chance. Cases of seasonal flu have been declining for 7 straight weeks in the Japanese Empire, just as the coronavirus was spreading, indicating the Japanese took to heart the need to adopt some basic steps to stem infectious diseases. Tokyo Metropolitan Infectious Disease Surveillance Center data conveyed that influenza cases this year were well below normal levels, with nationwide cases at the lowest, according to data going back to 2004. So about these concentrated areas, the Japanese Empire has ramped up its capacity, but has tested only around 5% of the number of people as in neighboring South Korea, despite having a much larger population. But the situation in Italy, which tested extensively only to see hospitals overwhelmed, has also given some pause. Yoko Tsukamoto, a professor of infection control at the Health Sciences University of Hokkaido, be quoted as saying, "Italy's mortality rate is almost triple Japan's. Part of the reason is if you get tested, you get quarantined. So it means that they don't have enough beds for relatively non-severe patients. Japan has tested more than 15,000 people. Well, it did at the time that I was looking into this, early yestermenses, last month. And despite discouraging checks on those who don't have symptoms or contact with the carrier, the infection rate lies at 5.6%. That compares to around 3% in South Korea, but 18% in Italy. But Japan still faces an uphill battle to contain the infection. Ben Cowling, an epidemiology professor at the University of Hong Kong, went on record to say, "It is really difficult to identify every case because so many infections be so mild. Containment has been working in Hong Kong and Singapore by aggressive case finding. I would expect a gradual increase in cases in Japan because of silent transmission in the community." Well, Japanese officials say as they be confident in their testing regimen. And Health Ministry official Yasuyuki Sahara said at a briefing that we don't see a need to use all of our testing capacity just because we have it. Neither do we think it necessary to test people just because they're worried. So, should the Japanese Empire finally see a jump, it may be better suited than many peers to handle the surge. It has about 13 hospital beds per 1,000 people, the highest among Group of 7 nations, and more than triple the rate for Italy, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, according to the World Bank data that I sourced. Even if the Japanese Empire may not be counting all of those infected, their hospitals are not being stretched thin, and there has been no spike in pneumonia cases, as confirmed by health officials of the Empire of the Rising Sun. While the Prime Minister has stepped up border controls, and these are all maritime, Japan being an island nation, a government expert panel declared yesterday that it may be possible to reopen schools in areas sans new confirmed cases when the academic year begins in April. They said this yesterday last month. The Japanese schools may be reopening as I speak. Prime Minister Abe told his ruling party yesterday, or last week or the week before, that we will do all that be possible to end the coronavirus outbreak. And that's what brings us to the conclusive elements of our arc of narrative tonight, which you can research yourself, review. Formosa TV English News. Look that up on YouTube. And on YouTube, subscribe to the Formosa TV English News and look for the episode dated March 29th of this year in our Lord 2020. And on March 29th, on the Formosa TV English News, the Japanese Vice Prime Minister hit out at the World Health Organization for excluding my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, the National Republic of China, as reestablished thereon. Aso Taro is the Deputy Prime Minister of the Japanese Empire. And speaking in the Japanese Imperial Parliament, the Empire's Deputy Prime Minister leveled fresh criticism against Communist China. That's worth watching on YouTube. Formosa TV English News. Subscribe to the channel. Look for the Japan Prime Minister or the Japan Vice PM who hit out at the WHO, all in the uppercase, for excluding Taiwan as dated the 29th of March. The pro-Taiwan Japanese politician Aso Taro blasted the World Health Organization, the WHO, for bowing to Communist China and excluding Taiwan. Speaking to Japanese lawmakers, the Deputy Prime Minister said the WHO, or the WHO, should change its name to the CHO, or the CHO, for the China Health Organization. And here he's being deliberately insulting because the acronym CHO sounds a lot like the word for the pygmy black magicians that the Japanese exterminated in World War II, known as the Cho. The Tibetan word for black magic, Chochoa, simply being a doubling thereof and implying a black magician of the ethnos of black sorcerers, known as the Chochoa, who speak the language of that name. And the reason he said that the WHO should change its name to the CHO, the China Health Organization, was because Aso Taro noted that being excluded from the global health body, the Nationalist Republic of China, as reestablished on Taiwan, was driven to become a world leader in combating the coronavirus on its own. Now, although the details be murky, the WHO's previous Director General was a communist Chinese national. And at the time, there were complaints all round. And now, at last, the petition has gathered 300,000 signatures, or rather 500,000 signatures, 500. Now that I'm getting myself an update here. And these are people who think the World Health Organization should change its name. That it shouldn't be called the WHO. It should be renamed the CHO, implying an ethno slur that they serve the black magician pygmies of Southeast Asia. This appeal is truly resonating with the people. The Japanese official took issue with the former WHO director, General Margaret Chan. Yes, that was the World Health Organizational Directoress General, Margaret Chan, charging her, the Japanese Vice Prime Minister, Aso Taro did, charged her with inadequate accountability. He said the current Director General is no better for giving in to China's spin on coronavirus because he's been bribed. He's got so much green money sticking out of his ass. It's like he pays for his expenses by simply giving people the brown eye so they can pluck out the green. So this clown, the guy who's in charge now, I've condemned since day one, the guy in charge of the World Health Organization now. And the WHO, of course, let's put it this way. They fucked up from the beginning. As the Deputy Prime Minister of Japan, Asotaro himself, went on record to say, if the World Health Organization had not insisted to the world that Red China had no pneumonia epidemic, then everybody would have taken precautions. The WHO, which be a global organization, does not even include Taiwan. And then, precisely because Taiwan is not a member of the WHO, Taiwan itself becomes a world leader in fighting this epidemic. Then after that statement be made, the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, jumps out to correct it. It says, Taiwan is a region, not a country. Asotano, the Japanese Vice Prime Minister, had once said that Taiwan, in various ways, is a country that shares common values with the Japanese Empire. Of course, he's regarded as a member of the pro-Taiwan camp in Japanese politics. And amid this pandemic, he's turning to China with a critical eye, questioning its claim that the virus was contained, and he himself insisting on employing the term Wuhan virus. Now, political motivations should not overshadow any humanitarian crisis. The Nationalist Republic of China is reestablished on my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, has valuable coronavirus lessons, but the World Health Organization continues to shun us. A glaring episode took place recently, showing that not only is the World Health Organization not considering Taiwan as a state, but they're not even willing to talk about it. When talking about positive examples in the fight against COVID-19, it's hard to ignore Taiwan. Located just off the coast of Communist China, with millions of Taiwanese working inside Red China itself, and with a crowded and urbanized population, my home islands of Taiwan was prime target for a major coronavirus outbreak. Indeed, cases started coming in early in Taiwan, but these cases coming in early were quickly stifled. Through a strategy that combined an efficient and transparent plan, high-tech monitoring, and a tight quarantine regime, Island China stopped the coronavirus dead in its tracks before it could even take off. At the time of my speaking unto you over bandwidth, there be just over 300 confirmed cases, if that, for a population of over 24 million. Taiwan is not out of the woods yet, but so far, they be the most noteworthy example on planet Earth. But despite this, Taiwan's foreign ministry has complained that official data and prevention methods it has provided to the World Health Organization have not been shared with any member states, depriving the entire international community of self-evidently invaluable information. And so, the WHO has been called out. The WHO's avoidance of Taiwan has also been highlighted by what is a viral and controversial interview of Bruce Aylward, Assistant Director General of the World Health Organization. The WHO advisor, Bruce Aylward, surname spelled Aylward, praised Communist China's public health efforts after being taken on a guided tour of Wuhan in February. And Sino-Sucker Aylward, as he's known, gave a boost to critics of the organization's close relationship with Communist China when he abruptly ended an interview to dodge a question about the status of Taiwan, which be excluded from the World Health Organization. And in the interview, Radio Television Hong Kong journalist Yvonne Tong asked Aylward if the WHO be willing to reconsider the exclusion of Taiwan from their organization, given Taiwan's track record. And the WHO official, the WHO boy, awkwardly claimed to not have heard the question. And when confronted again, he said, "Well, we've already talked about China," and asked to move to a different question. That same day, I'm happy to say, Aylward's bio and his listing as Assistant Director General vanished from the WHO website. The WHO itself falsely claims that it has reached out to Taiwan on several occasions, but its defensiveness over the issue has caused damage to its reputation. This brings us to the subject of politics and health. The political status of the Nationalist Republic of China, as reestablished on the 100 Islands of Taiwan, is a very difficult situation, to put it lightly. To put it bluntly, it be a geopolitical absurdity. Taiwan is not exactly a state, it is a democracy, whereas Communist China is led by a single-state Communist Party. To make its matters even thornier, my native Taiwan situation be different from other parts of the world who want independence. Taiwan doesn't claim independence from China, it claims that it is China. Sans going into the endlessly deep caverns of this geopolitical nightmare, let's keep a note of two things. First, the United Nations, the UN, does not recognize Taiwan other than as the last bastion of Hitlerism, which be their definition of the enemy from World War II, just as the Allies declared war not on France or the French people, but against Napoleon Bonaparte, so too did the United Nations declare war against Adolf Hitler and all peoples or nation states that were deemed to be Hitlerian. Therefore, the United Nations does not recognize Taiwan other than as the last enemy state, the last element of the World War II axis on the surface of the world. And the World Health Organization is essentially designed as a part of the United Nations, which be legally at war with my native Taiwan. Secondly, Red China tends to get very angry whenever any city, country, or company recognizes Taiwan as anything else other than a Chinese province, putting pressure on the rest of the world to also consider Taiwan nothing more than a communist Chinese province. Taiwan's exclusion from the World Health Organization is, while debatable, at the very least comprehensible. But shunning it from the international debate at a time of global crisis, particularly when its lessons can be significant for all other parts of the world, is hardly constructive. Subsequently, the WHO issued a rare statement on the matter in which it said, "The question of Taiwanese membership in WHO is up to WHO member states, not WHO staff." The organization going on to say that the WHO is working closely with all health authorities who be facing the current coronavirus pandemic, including Taiwanese health experts. However, Taiwanese officials have been quick to point out that in a pandemic, borders matter very little. In fact, they matter not at all. The viruses don't honor the lines in the sand, nor the fences that stretch only how many feet into the air? An airborne virus doesn't bat an eye at a fence on the ground. Taiwan's own health minister, Chen Ji-chung, at a recent press conference was quoted as saying, we hope through the test. Let me read from the traditional Chinese here. We hope through the test of this epidemic, the World Health Organization can recognize clearly that epidemics do not have national borders. No one place should be left out because any place that be left out could become a loophole. Any place's strength shouldn't be neglected so that it can make contributions to the world. Now, the Taiwanese president, Tsai Ing-wen, also addressed this situation, saying that she hoped that all countries, after experiencing this outbreak, would better understand Taiwan's capabilities and areas of contribution to seriously consider Taiwan's participation in the global response to this pandemic. Foreign Minister Joseph Wu took an even more direct stance. And in his tweet, which, what date was that? It must have been March 28th or 29th. But he's accessible at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Republic of China on Taiwan, the ROC being the acronym of Republic of China. That is as important for their identity as USA is for the United States of America. And he's to be found on Twitter at MOFA_Taiwan. MOFA is all in caps. MOFA, no, it's not motherfucker. It's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the ROC, the ROC, the Republic of China. So he wrote on Twitter, wow, can't even utter Taiwan in the WHO? You should set politics aside in dealing with a pandemic. For your information, at WHO, 450 plus news reports from 40 plus countries so far positively covered hashtag Taiwan's handling of hashtag COVID-19. These reports do not mistake us as part of China, and hashtag Taiwan can help. And of course he signed it with his initials JW for Joseph Wu. Now at 6:39 post-meridium, 6:39 in the PM, afternoon, on March 28th of this year, at Hong Kong World City, well, it's the Hong Kong World City Twitter account, which you can reach at @HK World City. The one lady that entered a tweet said, wow, Bruce Aylward at WHO did an interview with HK, meaning Hong Kong's, @RTHK_news. And when asked about hashtag Taiwan, he pretended not to hear the question. The journalist asks again, and he hangs up. She calls back, and he said, well, we've already talked about China. And so she wrote, to conclude this tweet, all in the uppercase, enjoy, plus share the madness. Hashtag coronavirus. Increasingly, voices have started to criticize the WHO for being too deferential to Beijing. And that brings us to trying to understand the sick relationship between the World Health Organization and Communist China. The WHO is understandably in a delicate situation. As a health body, it must be neutral and inclusive, yet as much as it probably would, its members cannot truly ignore the political auspices that govern the organization. In recent times, and especially over the COVID-19 outbreak, criticism has mounted against the WHO for being quick to praise and slow to criticize Communist China. Exempli gratiae. As Red China imposed draconic quarantine measures, the WHO praised it as an example of how to contain a virus. Like, yeah, all you fuckers should be doing this too. Other Asian countries, South Korea and Taiwan in particular, managed similar success with far less stringent restrictions. But there was little criticism for the way Red China handled the situation prior restrictions, hiding scientific and medical information, and threatening all whistleblowers with jail time. The lab that publicly released the coronavirus genetic sequencing to the world was shut down. A study showed that if Red China had released its information to the world sooner instead of attempting a communist cover-up, or even if the Communist Chinese Empire had a free press, the entire pandemic would have been avoided. Or, at the absolute minimum, significantly delayed, buying the rest of the world prior time. Several of Red China's actions in the aftermath of the Wuhan outbreak have also raised suspicions. Red China changed its official definition of what constitutes a COVID-19 infection 8 times. It almost certainly lied about the total number of fatalities and repeatedly hid information from international bodies, including the WHO. When Red China started pushing traditional medicine as a treatment for COVID-19, the WHO again turned a lenient eye. Yeah, sure, suck the ginseng tea. Yeah, that's right, go back to the barefoot doctors of Mao Zedong and herbal meds, 'cause we got no Western med. When they published a propaganda book about how the outbreak was defeated, even as the first wave was still outgoing, the organization of the World Health Organization still gave no warnings. This is not the type of authority you want to have pressuring a health organization. So how about including Taiwan in the World Health Organization? Taiwan has official channels to communicate with members of the WHO. But without membership, it'd be very difficult for it to make its voice heard. Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Joanne Wu has so said, therefore, the health bodies of various countries cannot understand the current situation of Taiwan's epidemic situation, preventive policies, and border quarantine measures from the information provided by the World Health Organization. They're just not telling you what Taiwan gave them as to what they did. There be a procedure for accepting non-United Nations members into the World Health Organization, believe it or not, and prominent world leaders such as the Japanese Prime Minister, not just the Vice Deputy Prime Minister, but the Japanese Prime Minister himself, Shinzo Abe, and Canada's own Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, have called for the World Health Organization to grant my native Taiwan full membership. The United States State Department has also pushed for Taiwan to be included. And recently, the Trump administration signed into law an act requiring the State Department to push allies of Taiwan not to cut diplomatic ties with my state. The problem extends far beyond health. There be historical, political, and economic arguments to be made, but for the purpose at hand, working together to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic, it be impossible to find a non-political argument against giving my native Taiwan a seat at the table. Because you need all the help you can fucking get. And as I've explained multiple times, that Taiwan be the embodiment of Confucianism. The only state in all Asia, despite Confucianism being the foundation of all modern statist philosophy for all East Asia, only Taiwan upholds Confucianism as the state religion. Neo-Gongsu, Neo-Confucianism, that implies the necessity of the good soldier, that good men do make soldiers, that China never suffer the military victimization that it has throughout the past. This was the basis of Gene Roddenberry's inspiration for the Vulcan philosophy of Kolinar. And therefore Spock, a half-human, half-Vulcan hybrid, was embodied in myself, half American and a United States citizen by naturalization, but a Taiwanese national by birth. Half American, half Taiwanese. Amerasian. Ethnically, even more composited and hybridized. I embody the very Vulcan character of Spock in a far more emotive presentation, because Spock was never appreciated for his inhumanity. Spock was beloved for his humanity in its expression. I myself express myself as humanly as possible, that I can be fully effective as your Vulcan intervention. And I can tell you, not verbatim, I do not have the text, but I can tell you, instead of the specifics, I can convey the generalities of the Taiwanese and the 5 ways they've provided out of the COVID crisis. This is your Vulcan intervention, here and now. Right now, there be plenty of reasons to worry deeply about the toll COVID-19 will take on America. Cases and deaths are spiraling upward. Our main tools for addressing the crisis involve simply locking society down, leading to shocking economic harms. And even if these tools prove effective, the virus may simply begin to spread again when they be lifted, or perhaps rebound in the fall and winter when the weather cools down again. Perhaps most troublingly, there be some reports of people being reinfected, raising the possibility that even those who survive COVID-19 are not always immune to it going forward. A worst-case scenario would force us to decide between a year or 2 of repeated lockdowns while we wait for a vaccine on the one hand and millions of deaths on the other. I am not going to tell you this is all a hoax. I am not going to tell you to ignore the restrictions lawmakers have placed upon your movements or the advice of public health authorities. But I am a big believer in the capitalism of nationalist China. That nationalist China will someday return capitalism to the mainland. Not in the communist sense of monopolism, but in the intended market. Both free for the market and free for humanity and human ingenuity. So, I will now take it upon myself to act as your Vulcan intervention and provide a quick overview of some roots out of this mess people be working on. I myself have immense hope that at least a couple of them will pan out, and in that event I also hope the folks behind them become unbelievably rich and worthy of a righteous capitalism. Number 1, find a drug that fights the virus or treats the symptoms. Vaccines taketh a long time to develop and test, because each must be tailored to a specific virus. But there are already lots of drugs around that might work to treat or even prevent COVID-19. We need to figure out which ones immediately. The World Health Organization has launched a global mega-trial of 4 possibilities. Remdesivir, a drug developed to treat Ebola that, alas, did not work for that purpose. Chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine, which are used to treat maladies including lupus and malaria. Ritonavir/lopinavir, an HIV drug for the human immunodeficiency viral syndrome, and ritonavir/lopinavir combined with interferon beta, which show us some signs of fighting MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. If they work against COVID-19, these drugs could reduce the disease's death toll, lessen pressure on intensive care units, and change the trade-offs inherent in reopening our economy. Thank God for Big Pharma. All you dumb motherfuckers out there, get on your goddamn knees and thank God we've got a pharmaceutical complex. 2. give people antibodies. Antibodies fight infections and stick around afterwards as a way of basically remembering how to do it in case the disease returns. They're the reason you generally don't get the same viral infection more than once, and a reason that some viruses, such as influenza, mutate to avoid detection in people who've been infected with earlier versions. As it happens, antibodies can also be given to people who haven't been infected yet, or whose bodies are failing to control a disease on their own. Convalescent plasma therapy is when you simply take this magical stuff from one person via the magic of the blood and give their blood unto another. And it's showing some promise against COVID. Ye can also makest antibodies synthetically. 3. Makest lots more ventilators. The key concern with this outbreak is that the worst cases need ventilators. And if it spreads far enough, we will not have enough, as it will, and we won't. When patients need ventilators but cannot get them, many will die, who otherwise could have survived this disease. On the flip side, if we have plenty of ventilators, we have more room for error when we loosen lockdowns. So makest more. This effort be underway, including through President Trump's final forced invocation of his defense powers to twist GM's General Motors' arm into making some sans further bickering over terms. Number 4, test, trace, and masks. One way to control the virus while loosening the lockdowns might be to aggressively test people to see who has it, quarantine cases, and figure out whom these folks have been in contact with so they can be tested ASAP as soon as possible too. Mask wearing, meanwhile, can dramatically reduce the rate at which the virus spreads among people who come into contact with each other in public places of necessity, like healthcare workers. This approach has worked well in other countries, but right now the problem is that we have too few masks, too little testing capacity, and too many cases for it to be possible to track down all their contacts. Not to mention that the epicenter of the United States outbreak is hyperdense New York fucking City. Some experts be dubious we can solve all these problems, but we have to try. On the good news front, a fast new test just came out, and its maker is pumping out machines as fast as it can. And there's evidence that simple homemade masks be surprisingly effective. Number 5, pray you luck out with herd immunity like the Brits were gonna do. One of the big unknowns right now, though we'll have better data soon, is what percentage of the people infected with the virus don't show us any symptoms. The higher this percentage is, the more people are already potentially immune to it, and the lower the per-infection death rate. I'm dubious of the most extreme suggestions. One paper posited that half the United Kingdom could already be immune. But the more asymptomatic infections there be, the faster immunity will build up, and the less bad the worst-case scenarios become. Stay safe till we figure this out, everyone. And don't lose hope that we will. The closest you have to the Dietrich intellect be the mind from which he sourced, myself. And that brings us to the politics, as to why nothing that I've just now revealed unto you, what Taiwan has been trying to share through the World Health Organization, just a fragment thereof, just a flake of what they have to teach you, will be brought to the bear to protect you and your loved ones, because the COVID-19 crisis is revealing the old divide between the American political parties. The debate over reopening the country has an uncanny parallel to one of the ugliest political fights of the past decade. Now it's resurfacing in the escalating partisan debate over responding to the coronavirus crisis. In designing the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, then President Barack Obama and congressional Democrats put a premium on policies that encouraged more sharing of medical and financial risk among those with greater and fewer health needs, such as requiring insurers to guarantee coverage to consumers with pre-existing conditions. During the repeal fight circa 2017, Trump and congressional Republicans condemned those same efforts, arguing that the law required the young and healthy to sacrifice too much to reduce the risk to the old and sick. A similar divergence is emerging as the country grapples with the social and economic strain of containing the rapidly intensifying outbreak. In his public comments this week, Trump, amplifying a chorus of radicalized reactionary economists, elected officials, and media figures, has effectively argued that shutting down the economy is imposing financial pain on more people than can be justified by the number of lives these restrictions will save. Democratic governors, such as New York's Andrew Cuomo, counter that the broader society has an obligation to save as many of the most vulnerable as it can, whatever the pain to the many. These are the Democrats fighting for the weak. It embarrasses me that a man like Alex Griffin condemns the Democrats who protect the weak and damns them equally with a pox on both your houses attitude when you're faced with, on this side, what is obviously the light, struggling against the darkness of republicanism. Such as when Cuomo declared in a video he released on Tuesday, but yesterday, that job one has to be to save lives. We are going to fight every way we can to save every life that we can. And Alex Griffin damns this as condemnable? He be damned by his own stupidity. These contrasting perspectives place the parties in the same position they were in not only during the recent attempts at repeal, but also during the initial debate over passing the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, in the first, circa 2009. Sabrina Courlette, a research professoress at the Center on Health Insurance Reforms at Georgetown University, has gone on record to say, it absolutely is a parallel there. It's very much about the social compact and how much cost do I have to incur to help my neighbor who may be in greater need than I. The geographic distribution of the disease in its early stages reinforces the party's philosophical split over the basic question Courlette raises. So far in these United States, the disease has primarily clustered in large metropolitan areas with New York City, Seattle, mine own San Francisco, Los Angeles, New Orleans, Chicago, Miami, Boston, and Detroit among the places bearing the heaviest brunt of outbreak. In every state, voters in and around cities have become the Democratic Party's foundation. The Democratic Party is the light. We are on the side of the angels. Whoever damns us as if we be somehow equal to the Republican Party be insane and blind to the world around them, especially a black African American male. By contrast, the disease has made significantly fewer inroads in small town and rural communities that have become the central pillars of the Republican coalition, especially under Trump cultism. That disparate level of exposure means that many Republican-leaning areas feel the effect of the response to the disease more than they do that of the disease itself. As so noted by Larry Levitt, the Executive Vice President for Health Policy at the nonpartisan Kaiser Family Foundation, the very hospital system of which I be a part. And that maketh such places a receptive audience for Trump's argument that the cure cannot be worse than the problem. Levitt himself so noting that at this moment, the economic crisis is much more visible in redder parts of the country, while the health crisis is much more visible in bluer parts of the country. So this conflict is unfolding, most tangibly, in several of the nation's largest Republican-leaning states. In Florida, Georgia, Texas, and Missouri, for example, local officials in big Democratic-leaning cities, such as Miami, Atlanta, Dallas, and St. Louis, have moved to to severely restrict activity. But those mayors have complained that their efforts are being undercut by the refusal of Republican governors, whose support be typically greatest in rural areas, to impose uniform limits across the state that would prevent infection of everyone else. The Republicans don't fucking care. They believe themselves to be immune as the white supremacist race. This tension may preview the larger collision coming if Trump, supported by an array of reactionary leaders, moves forward on his calls to begin lifting limits on Americans' behavior, an action most Democrats and many public health officials resist as dangerously premature. How to apportion risk across society be an issue that underpins many of the most pointed conflicts between the parties, even if it be rarely discussed explicitly. As I exposed myself in my old Revolution Radio days, circa 2017, promoting the sharing of risk between the healthy and the sick was a preeminent goal of the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. Before the law, people with significant health needs were either charged much higher premiums for coverage in the individual insurance market or denied coverage altogether because they had a pre-existing condition. Those rules benefited healthier people buying individual coverage. Because those with greater needs were systematically excluded, insurers had to pay out fewer claims, allowing them to hold down premiums for everybody else. The ACA upended that arrangement through a long list of desperately needed reforms. It required insurers to sell coverage at comparable prices to those with greater and lesser health needs, a policy known as community rating. It asked the young and the healthy to pay more for coverage so that it would be affordable and available for older and sicker consumers. The very base of Donald Trump. The widespread lockdowns now being implemented to contain the spread of coronavirus rest on the same underlying principle. In even the most adverse scenarios, most Americans will not be seriously sickened or killed by the disease. That means the nation is now imposing costs on many people who be less likely to die of the coronavirus in order to reduce the risk for those who be the most vulnerable. And so, Levitt has noted that the discussion we are having now about the coronavirus epidemic be community rating writ large. It's about making a sacrifice in order to protect people who be old or have a pre-existing condition and therefore have higher risk. During the ACA repeal fight, the Republican alternatives to the law all sought to reduce premiums by unraveling parts of the law related to greater risk sharing. Since the repeal effort failed, the Trump administration has continued to pursue that vision through regulatory measures. Exempli gratiae, it has allowed the sale of more short-term insurance plans which provide fewer benefits at lower cost and lure healthy consumers away from shared risk pools with the sick. Corletzo observes that a critical difference between the parties is this. Democrats believe that the healthy should subsidize the sick, the young, the old, because we all get older and sicker at some point in our lives. On the flip side, if you look at what's underpinning many of the more reactionary health reform ideas, it's that what people pay towards their insurance or their care should reflect their level of risk. In other words, the sicker you are and the older you are, the more you should fucking pay, even when you are obviously going to be unable to work to afford such. Therefore, they kill the old and the weak. This is their way of upending what they consider to be a social contract for the natural order of territorial imperative, where only the strong survive. What Alex Griffin is saying as a young black man is that if he's condemning both parties, then he is automatically siding with those who would kill the weak, the mentally less capable, people we would call retarded if we were Republican, but as Democrats would reference as developmentally disadvantaged. That perspective, applied to the coronavirus outbreak, means that individuals or regions that be at less risk can be asked to sacrifice only so much to protect those at greater risk. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick expressed perhaps the most extreme version of that thinking this week when he argued on Fox News that older Americans would accept a greater danger of dying from the disease if it allowed the economy and the broader society to reopen sooner. Ha 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 ha! Oh yeah. All them old red Republican bigots. They're asking them to die. Trump and other reactionaries are marching toward that same policy conclusion, even if they be employing less incendiary language. Down one front, they argue is that shutting down the economy carries its own health dangers because of a sustained economic slowdown. We'll be seeding more suicides, alcohol and drug abuse, and domestic violence. And down another, they insist that government always must balance the cost of saving lives against the economic consequences of its decisions. Money over blood. Stephen Moore, a former economic advisor to Donald Trump and one of the most vocal proponents of reopening the country, noted that the federal government already put a price on life when it evaluated the costs and benefits of environmental or occupational health regulations. He so insisting that the same logic should apply to the outbreak, and advocating that there are costs to all of these things. The idea that we are going to keep the economy closed for 7 or 10 or 12 weeks or more is untenable. Moore himself acknowledging that evaluating the costs and benefits isn't easy because the failure to quickly develop and deploy testing has left America blind to how many cases it's now facing, and thus uncertain about how many deaths it might confront from loosening restrictions sooner rather than later. Himself conceding, "We are shooting in the dark here. Yeah, like your daddy did when he fucked your mother with a blanket over his fucking head so he couldn't see how ugly she looked and came out with you." But, he argued, under any scenario, there must be some balancing of economic and public health costs. While it might be a natural instinct to destroy the economy of New York City to save a few hundred lives, Moore insisted that that's not necessarily the right decision, because you have 7 million people who are going to be severely hurt. Oh my fucking God. There is a difference between the Vulcan maxim of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and the needs of the few here being expressed to overturn the needs of humanity itself. The biggest paradox in the healthcare fight was that the Republican efforts to unravel risk sharing hurt the material interests of their electoral coalition. The reason is that all their plans raised costs on older people with greater health needs at the same time as their base was becoming older and whiter. Their plans lowered prices for younger people, who now lean reliably toward my Democrats. In some ways, the effects of quickly reopening the country might not follow partisan lines as consistently. Demographically, it might benefit some Democrat-leading constituencies, low-wage workers of color, vulnerable to a sustained economic shutdown, for instance, and imperil some Republican-leaning ones, such as seniors. But the geographic implications be much more straightforward, with the outbreak so far concentrated in Democratic-leaning major metro areas, not Republican-leaning regions. If the disease was now ravaging small-town America, it's quite unlikely that Donald Trump and so many other reactionaries would be as enthusiastic about easing social distancing. The reprieve may be temporary. Most experts concur it be only a matter of time until the disease reaches throughout the nation. Michael Osterholm, the director for the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, informed myself that this is going to continue to roll out over the country over the next months. You would expect the metropolitan areas that have the most international travel to be where the virus is first introduced, but that then is just a seeding event for areas round the country. The likelihood that the disease will steadily advance beyond its beachheads raises the final parallel to the ACA fight. The law's proponents believed it was in the self-interest of the young to pay more to ensure coverage for the old, because the former hoped to eventually become the latter. Reactionaries now questioning whether they be paying too great an economic cost are, in fact, in the same position as young people under the ACA. They be but prepaying on measures designed to better contain the disease before it cometh to the smaller places Republicans rely upon, where they've killed everybody and left nothing but the whites to interbreed among themselves. And I mean along familial bloodlines and shit. It's not too surprising to see Trump and other Republicans bridle against social distancing. Their complaints fit with the right's long-standing unease about any policy that shares risk by imposing costs broadly. The entrenched power of that belief be why Corlett be pessimistic that the country will preserve widespread limits on activity while the disease remains concentrated in relatively few places. So she has said unto me that, to quote her verbatim, I have zero optimism we will be able to sustain this. It may be sustained in pockets of the country, certain states or certain cities, but it's hard to see this nationwide for much longer. As a country, we are not great at embracing the social contract. The growing recoil on the right from social distancing suggests that she be correct. Unless and until the disease widely disperses, it's not hard to imagine Trump and other conservatives, reactionaries really, eventually describing the disease as just a problem of big cities, the way they've already labeled it as the Chinese virus. Soon they'll call it the city slicker virus, or some shit like that, whatever these bumfuck hicks say with the straw between their teeth. Loosening rules on activity while criticizing the places where the disease is still raging might prove an effective near-term strategy for rallying Trump's political base. But in terms of protecting public health, abandoning a common front against this disease may prove the riskiest course, including for the smaller white trash communities yet to feel its bite. So along these lines, could Trump delay the election? Not without risking forfeit to a Democrat. The Constitution clearly sets January 3rd as the end of his term. If he not be re-elected, the next in line might be Senator Patrick J. Leahy of Vermont, the senior Democrat in the Senate. Voters, of course, be completely unnerved. Confusion is growing throughout the country as the coronavirus outbreak moves states to postpone primaries and change voting procedures in the midst of a presidential election year. It is all leading to a lot of speculation, sometimes uninformed, about what could happen in November if this virus is still spreading. Be there any guarantees the election will actually happen? If congregating in public places, like polling stations, is still a risk come fall, can voters be confident President Trump cannot exploit this crisis to avoid facing them if he fears defeat? The short answer is yes. While government officials have the authority to reschedule voting for the party's primaries, that flexibility does not exist for the general election. It is all but certain to happen as planned. The question is whether states reeling from the pandemic will be prepared to accommodate everyone who wants to cast ballots, those who be left alive. Here be some fuller answers to key questions about it all that I've received from people from various sources, chat room, email, etc., private messaging. Can Trump use the national emergency to delay the election? No. The president does not have that power. Legal scholars are widely in agreement on this point, as are both Republican and Democratic election officials. The nonpartisan Congressional Research Service reached the same conclusion when it investigated the question in the aftermath of 9/11. Under the United States Constitution, Trump and Vice President Mike Pence cannot stay in office past their 4-year terms, sans being reelected. If the election does not happen for any reason, constitutional rules of secession kick in. That could mean a lawmaker down the line of secession who is not up for re-election could become the new president. That person very well could be a Democrat, and installing a Democrat in the White House is not an outcome Trump or any partisan Republican seeks. Rick Hassin, an election law scholar at UC Irvine, has gone on record to say that the 20th Amendment says that if we have not chosen a president by a certain date, it goeth to secession. It's not like a delay would keep Trump in office longer. So the presidential election happens November 3rd, no matter what. Yes? Very likely, but not absolutely. In extreme emergency, Congress could put it off for a few weeks. A 1948 law is very specific about the election date. The Tuesday next after the first Monday in November in every 4th year succeeding every election of a president and vice president. Lawmakers could change that, just not by very much. If they push the date out too far, they quickly run afoul of the Constitution itself. So, why can these states delay primary voting? Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Maryland have delayed voting in party primaries more than a month amid coronavirus concerns. Ohio, which was to vote on Tuesday of Yester Septimania, the week before last, did the same on the eve of their election despite a judge's order that polls should open. State public health officials declared gathering in polling places unsafe, and the governor sided with them. The moves be unsettling to voters, but not unprecedented. New York passed emergency legislation to postpone a local primary election being held on September 11, 2001, and disrupted by the terrorist attacks. Florida delayed some local elections interrupted by Hurricane Irma, circa 2017. State officials have flexibility to delay election day voting in primary elections. They do not have the authority to reschedule a federal general election. Edward B. Foley, director of the election law program at Ohio State University, so wrote on Twitter that it's important to remember the distinction between primary and general elections. There be no equivalent power in the states to change the date of the general election for Congress or the presidency. So what happens if it's not safe to go to the polls on November 3rd? This is a big issue, which election officials and activists are wrestling with right now. States, not the federal government, generally set their own election laws, and that has left some states in a much better position than others. States, including my own Golden California, be well positioned because they permit no excuse absentee voting. All voters be welcome to cast their ballots by mail or at drop-off locations. In at least 13 states, voters must provide an excuse, such as a medical condition. Those states are being encouraged to quickly lift their restrictions on absentee voting. A bill in the U.S. Senate would require them to do so while the public health crisis persists, but it is unclear if the Republicans will let it pass. State lawmakers are also mulling action. The clock is ticking fast. Lawmakers are abandoning state capitals to take as refuge from the outbreak, and election officials are warning them not to wait until the fall to act. There are all manner of logistical issues involved in expanding vote-by-mail operations, and election officials would need time to get ready. Jeanette Senecal, a senior official at the League of Women's Voters of the United States, has gone on record to say that in state legislatures, there is very little room to move things. We want to make sure all voters have access to the ballot box and everyone's civil rights be protected. So how are we supposed to vote during pandemic? There be ways to prevent a crisis of public health from becoming a crisis of democracy. Will New York postpone its primary? Maybe. Do polling places have hand sanitizer? Don't count on it. And what happens if President Trump tries to cancel the election? Probably not what you think. As the coronavirus spreads across the country like wildfire, it has thrown all of American life into question, including the way we vote. In these uneasy days of social distancing, how can a democracy honor its duty to hold free and fair elections when doing so could aggravate a public health crisis that threatens to kill millions of its citizens? And here's what people have been saying. Postpone the primaries? Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio decided that holding an election now would be an unacceptable health risk. And on Monday night, some week before last, Mr. DeWine, a Republican, defied a court ruling and called off the state's presidential primary just hours before voting was supposed to start, pushing back its election possibly to June. Kentucky, Louisiana, and Maryland also delayed their presidential primaries until June. All of this being the month, of course, of the Living Truth Summit on Mount Shasta. While Georgia pushed its own primary to May. While Joe Biden's campaign opposes postponements, Bernie Sanders was, of course, more receptive to the idea. Him, of course, being quoted as saying, "I'm thinking about the same of the elderly people sitting behind the desks, registering people, doing all that stuff. Does that make a lot of sense? I'm not sure it does." Yeah, man. Elections held now could have their legitimacy questioned, as John Favreau, a former speechwriter for Barack Obama, suggested when he wrote, and I'll read what he said, "But some think postponing the primaries would be a grave misstep, in part because there be no knowing when the crisis will end. It is the sacred right and duty of Americans to cast their ballots for our nation's leaders. As Terry McAuliffe, Tom Ridge, the former governors of Virginia and Pennsylvania, have so writ on the venue of Politico. They saying we must all ensure they're given the opportunity to safely do so. They arguest that states should keep to the current primary schedule whilst expanding the use of mailed ballots to minimize the risk of coronavirus transmission. The logistical challenges of doing so on such short order, however, are formidable. President Trump called the idea of postponing the primaries a very tough thing. Then there's the maneuver to end the primaries. Bernie Sanders can and should end the primaries by dropping out, as Dan McLaughlin argued in the National Review. Delay could have been a workaround when an election still needed to be held, but this one did not, since Mr. Sanders stood very little chance of winning. So Mr. McLaughlin wrote that nobody would care if all the remaining Republican primaries were canceled. The only reason to keep voting on the Democratic side was because of Bernie fucking Judeo-Bolshevik Sanders, the naked communist, ending his campaign far sooner than he ever did. For as far as I know, that fucker may still be running. Would have been the right thing for Bernie to do for the good of the country. And Ryan Grimm, the Washington bureau chief for The Intercept, tweeted, "But Mr. Sanders has been a uniquely important voice during the coronavirus crisis. Gabriella Piala writes in GQ, or Gentleman's Quarterly, that Sanders has spent a lifetime preaching about the necessity of acting collectively." Yeah, of course, like a true communist. She's saying that in a situation like this, when America's streak of rugged individualism spells out a death sentence, calling for togetherness is not only comforting, it's the best option we have for survival. Yeah, like in a labor camp. If Mr. Sanders dropped out, he would forfeit some of his ability to shape the Democratic Party's response to the crisis, as Paul Blest argued in Vice. In any case, Michelle Cottle wrote that in the Times that Joe Biden would need to work overtime to convince the progressives that he understood their concerns and could be trusted to address them. So okay about all that. That's like dead and gone at this point. What about November? President Trump cannot cancel the general election. The Constitution mandates that the president's term expire on January 20th, short of a constitutional amendment that isn't changing. But Congress could vote to delay the election a couple of months. That's still highly unlikely, and it's too early to tell whether there would be any public health benefit to doing so. Justin Levitt, who led the Justice Department's voting section during the Obama administration, told Mr. Holden, "If virus fears be bad enough in early November that you can't hold an election in many places, they're still going to be that bad on December 31st. The United States has held elections during pandemic before. At the height of the 1918 influenza, the deadliest the world has ever seen, midterm elections proceeded relatively normally, according to a 2010 article I accessed by Jason Marasam in the Election Law Journal. Despite bans on public gatherings, there was little public debate about postponement, in part, he says, because of the push for public displays of civic mindedness during World War I. But turnout was significantly depressed, as you might imagine, and as John M. Berry, who I cited earlier, so noted in the New York Times, government officials and newspapers misled the public about how dangerous that flu, really was. And all told, it killed some 20 million Americans. There are mass graves all over the United States that are completely unmarked. Coffins, they ran out of them within the first week. And many of those coffins that they hastily built from practically paper mache, they ran out in the second week because the people making the coffins and slapping together whatever cardboard they could find had all died themselves. And then they buried them under parking lots all over the United States, mass graves that are unidentified, that contain, whenever they crop up and a break is done to fix a gas pipe or a cable, every once in a while they'll crack through half a dozen coffins piled one on top of the other. Bodies, sans any coffins at all. Men, women, and children of all ages. The other step suggested is to revolutionize the presidential voting process. The presidential election is far enough away that its voting process can be overhauled. To that end, Senators Amy Klobuchar and Ron Wyden have introduced a bill that would guarantee every American a secure mail-in paper ballot and help states pay for printing, self-sealing envelopes, ballot tracking, and postage. In-person polling sites need to remain open for those unable to vote by mail, so the bill would require all states to hold at least 20 days of early voting to cut down on crowding. Democrats should refuse to pass any big stimulus bill unless it includes such election protection measures. That's what the Times columnist David Leonhardt insisted. And that may sound like bare-knuckle politics, but preserving democracy calls for toughness when you're dealing with the Republican cult of the anti-gods. And the 11 states that don't offer online voter registration should start, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, since the coronavirus may reduce access to government offices that do registration work and cause postal service disruptions. The center also recommends that the 39 states that already offer online registration update their systems. Taking actual voting online, on the other hand, is a bad idea, so Dale Ho, the director of the Voting Rights Project at the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, has argued in the New York Times. He's so writing that, while we should do everything we can to make this voting possible and accessible, the consensus of cybersecurity experts is that we are simply not prepared to ensure the security of online voting. In this case, the cure would be worse than the disease. So, are voters essential personnel during a pandemic? Participating in a healthy democracy isn't supposed to be at odds with staying healthy, but today it is. These are the instructions now. Simple and bleak. Stay home if you can. Only essential personnel report to duty. Do not travel unless absolutely necessary. And I present unto you attendant questions presented unto me, at least as grim. Are voters essential personnel in pandemic? Is an election, that grand replenishing of government, where the supply shelves can feel bare, absolutely necessary under these conditions? Can staying home really be the civic duty this time? And what good is politics if that be true? There be no clean answers. And this week, no particularly consistent ones. The collision of social distancing and the social fabric seem to threaten the aims of both, producing a primary day at once disjointed and borderline dystopian. Now I'm flashing back to a few weeks back, week before last. 3 states, Florida, Illinois, and Arizona, pushed ahead with their elections amid public health guidelines to avoid large crowds, and the virus, if nothing else, oftentimes yielded an in-person electoral thinning that allowed many participants to conform. They marked their choices at times in the eerie quiet of polling places that smelled of disinfectant wipes or, more troubling, nothing at all. Poll workers in Chicago complained about a dearth of proper cleaning supplies. The hasty shuffling of polling locations to protect the vulnerable at senior centers and other sites produced reports of voters being turned away in the initial chaos. Volunteers dropped out at the last minute. Some venues saw long lines born not of high turnout exactly, but distancing measures intended to keep people from clustering in large numbers inside. The plain math on one of those last Tuesdays showed that former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. swept each state, adding to a significant delegate lead against Senator Bernie Sanders, the communist. But for all the stakes of this Democratic primary that I'm citing, the pandemic had reinforced nothing if not the inescapable fact that the presidency matters. It was hard to dwell much on the county-by-county returns. In separate appearances over live stream, that Tuesday, week before Yester Septimania, both candidates focused far more on the virus than the vote. Mr. Biden saying, "I know we as a people will be up to this challenge," allowing himself an aside to note his campaign's very good night, "We always have been." Mr. Sanders outlining progressive policy proposals to counter the crisis, did not even bother to discuss the results. And before that Tuesday evening, some states had determined that they could not abide democracy in this form at all. In Ohio, where a primary had been scheduled for that Tuesday, Governor Mike DeWine, a Republican, put off the election with a series of legal actions and declarations on eve of the vote. Mr. DeWine telling The View, remotely of course, that Tuesday, that this is a gathering of people, and what we've tried to do is explain to Ohioans that we cannot have large gatherings of Democrats. Other states like Georgia, Louisiana, Kentucky, and Maryland likewise postponed or moved to postpone their elections. And in one of the headiest turns in a primary full of them, from the debacle of the Owaia Caucasus to the pandemic that maketh that fiasco feel quaint, presidential campaigns hardwired to drive support to their cause have found themselves making a more nuanced case of late. Vote for me if you feel comfortable. Mr. Sanders tweeted that Tuesday, as his campaign said it was foregoing traditional get-out-the-vote efforts, that going to the polls amid the coronavirus outbreak is a personal decision and we respect whichever choice voters make. The message landed uneasily in a country that has generally been told by Mr. Sanders as forcefully as anyone else that voting is a cure for all what ails it. Vote out the scoundrels. Vote in the change. Vote as if your life depended on it, because it sure fucking does. It is a call as familiar as it be bipartisan. President Trump himself last summer instructed, tying his success to the economies, whether you love me or hate me, you have to vote for me. And Barack Obama has long advised his audiences, don't boo, vote. Yet such is the cruelty and precariousness of the present bind, when public safety and ballot casting can appear to be in conflict. Telling residents to stay home, in an age of voter purges and fierce debates over voting rights, is bound to be fraught under any circumstances. Carol Anderson, a professoress of African American Studies at Emory University, who has written extensively about voter suppression, has so noted that it's like watching these two colliding trains. How do we maintain the public's health and also the health of democracy itself? She suggested the twain were not mutually exclusive, floating options like no excuse absentee voting and expansions of early voting. Tom Perez, the Democratic National Committee chairman, seemed to have similar remedies in mind that Tuesday, calling on the remaining primary states to embrace such approaches and vote by mail as often as possible. Arizona, where most Democrats had filled out ballots early ahead of that week's primary, appeared to be a relevant data point. Despite the virus, the state was reporting no major issues that Tuesday. And among the early voters was Marlene Brown, 66 years of age, a retired insurance executrix who voted in Surprise, Arizona, on Saturday. She said she was not concerned for her own safety, even as she worried some about others who might leave their homes. But Ms. Brown had never missed an election, she said. This was not the moment to endanger the streak. She so reasoning, I was not going to start now, when we really need to do something. And that brings us back to jurisprudence. The jurisprudence of her decision, the jurisprudence of all of ours. We held an election during the 1918 flu epidemic. We can hold an election now. This isn't just Trump's Katrina. In fact, this isn't Trump's Katrina at all. It's stupid, slow motion 9/11. As the nation has been roiled by the COVID-19 pandemic, Americans are grappling with how to prepare for and move forward with the 2020 elections and safeguard voting rights while also ensuring public safety. Our constitutional history teaches us that we do not have to choose between our democracy and public health. Our Constitution is the bedrock of our democracy. It broadly guarantees the right to vote, empowers Congress to set the date for electing a new president and our federal representatives, and giveth our nation's elected representatives, both in Congress and in the states, the authority to protect voting rights. It provideth for the orderly transferal of power from one government to the next. For centuries, its framework has allowed us to protect our democracy even in the midst of deadly crises. For more than 200 years, we have held federal elections in the midst of wars and bouts with serious diseases. Whatever the crises, we have found ways to protect democracy while maintaining our public safety and security. Rather than postpone or delay crucial elections in which the people sought to select their national leaders, our nation has been committed to ensuring free and fair elections even under periods of great national strain. On August 24, 1814, as voters were getting ready to elect members of Congress, Washington was burning to the ground. During the War of 1812, British forces stormed the city, burned down the White House itself, the Capitol in which it sat, and other important government buildings. President James Madison was forced to flee the city for his life. But as the fighting continued, elections went forward. Through August and into fall, individuals cast their ballots for their federal representatives. The attack on Washington proved short-lived, and a heavy storm helped put out the fires that ravaged the city. Half a century later, in the midst of civil war, the nation faced an even greater threat, a bloody rebellion or secession that claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. And 3 years of fighting. After those 3 years, and even as full-scale warfare continued, the American people had to elect a president to serve for the next 4 years. As Professor Francis Lieber, famous for his Civil War Code of War, so commented, "If we come triumphantly out of this war, with a presidential election in the midst of it, I shall call it the greatest miracle in all the historic course of events." That is what happened. In November 1864, as the battles raged around them, voters went to the polls, choosing to elect President Abraham Lincoln to a second term. This allowed him to complete the task of winning the war and eradicating chattel slavery. Those who predicted that Lincoln would cancel elections to maintain his hold on power were proven wrong. As Lincoln argued, our Constitution's promise of democracy was at stake. In the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln insisted that the war had to be fought so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Thus, the election was a necessity, even though the present rebellion brought our republic to a severe test, and a presidential election occurring in regular course during the rebellion added not a little to the strain. To help make its democratic participation reality, northern states allowed soldiers to cast a vote away from home, ensuring that soldiers could still exercise their fundamental right to vote that they were fighting to protect for everyone else. Lincoln's word reminded us that we cannot forsake our fundamental democratic principles in times of strain. We cannot have free government sans elections. And if the rebellion could force us to forego or postpone national election, it might fairly claim to have already conquered and ruined us. The election proved that a people's government can sustain a national election in the midst of a great civil war. Until that point, Lincoln stressed, it has not been known to the world that this was a possibility. The precedent Lincoln set has loomed large in the years ever since. Circa 1944, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt quashed rumors that the upcoming presidential election might be postponed because of World War II. He's so saying, all these people around town haven't read the Constitution, but I have. FDR recognized our constitutional commitment to ensuring free and fair elections, even in the midst of worldwide warfare. Circa 2004, even with memories of the horrors of the attack of 9/11 still fresh, the Bush administration rejected the idea that we should postpone our national elections in the event of terrorist attack. President George W. Bush's National Security Advisoress, Condoleezza Rice, invoked Lincoln's example. She so saying, "We've had elections in this country when we were at war, even when we were in civil war, and we should have the elections on time." We have held federal elections before, even in the face of pandemics. Circa 1918, a midterm election year. Americans went to the polls to exercise their fundamental right to vote, even as the so-called Spanish influenza resulted in the deaths of hundreds of millions worldwide. Governments devised ways of protecting the public, whilst maintaining our fundamental constitutional commitment to democratic self-rule. In some places, voters had to disperse and wait at the polls single file. In others, voters and poll workers had to wear masks. Campaigning and election year rallies were undoubtedly affected, but as one study concluded, in most places the election was held with relatively few complications. The 1918 election, all but forgotten until recent events, show us how we have kept our commitment to our fundamental democratic principles even when battling life-threatening crises. Ensuring public health and safety in the wake of the outbreak of COVID-19 presents new and difficult challenges, sans parallel in our lifetimes. But throughout our history, we have refused to give up on our fundamental constitutional commitment to voting rights and democracy when faced with crisis and hardship. Lincoln's words still ring true. Holding free and fair elections open to all is a necessity, because we cannot have free government sans elections. It won't be easy, but we have to act now to ensure that come November, all citizens can exercise their constitutional right to vote, even as we take as precautions to limit the spread of the COVID-19 virus. That means all citizens should have a right to vote by mail. Our election systems will have to work hard over the next 8 months to be ready for an election in which millions of voters cast their votes by mail, not in person. But thanks to a slew of reforms, no excuse absentee voting, early voting, and others, we have a menu of options to increase voting opportunities that were not available during the Spanish influenza pandemic of the American Army-engineered bioweaponized flu. Mail-in voting is already a reality in, many states across the country. Prominent election law scholars, activists, and litigators, including Richard Hasen, Dale Ho, and Mark Elias, have demonstrated that we need reforms that nationalize voting by mail and permit any registered voter to cast and have counted an absentee ballot sans having to provide an excuse. We also need widespread public education to let all citizens know they have the right to vote by mail and that their vote will be counted just as if they voted at the polls on election day. At the same time, those who wish to vote at the polls must be able to do so safely and effectively, which at a minimum may require that polling places be properly sanitized and be configured to comport with strict social distancing protocols. Congress, like the states, has clear constitutional authority over the mechanics of federal elections and has broad powers to protect voting rights. Our constitutions, bedrock promise of democracy has been tested by war, disease, and other crises throughout history. Whatever the crisis, our nation has maintained its fundamental commitment to protecting the right to vote. We have done it before, and we must do it again. And while this will preserve us as Americans, COVID-19 will change us as a species. I have suffered 7 spontaneous pneumothoraces, lung collapses in my lifetime for serving this constitutional republic in time of war during Operation Desert Storm and suffering exposure to cyclosaurine nerve gas. My lungs be stapled to my rib cage, and I've got chest tube scars up and down beneath my armpits. And that leaves myself, along with millions of others across the globe, within the higher risk group of COVID-19 for lethal effects therefrom. Catching this virus, the virus of the crown, the corona, could kill me. Before this turn of events, ours had been the generation that had, along with billions of others younger and slightly older than myself, avoided a truly major global crisis. Unlike our parents and our grandparents, we didn't face the tragedy of living through 2 world wars. We evaded nuclear warfare during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 and throughout the Cold War. Now, our luck has run out. With the COVID-19 pandemic striking full force across the globe, it's easy to stare in disbelief at the growing number of deaths. But the pandemic be here, and it will get worse before it gets better. How much worse depends on all of us, but that be where the good news cometh in. This year 2020 will be remembered as a turnaround point in human history. Not just because many will die, but because the COVID-19 pandemic is offering us a chance to reinvent ourselves. Wars force citizens of a nation to respond as one. When a country's citizens be under attack, they mobilize to face the common enemy. After these United States joined in belligerence during World War II, towns ripped apart iron fences and collected scrap metal for tanks and armored cars. Intent on beating the enemy, communities competed with each other in fierce collection drives. Fear galvanized action. We now face a global enemy, one that doesn't identify its targets by religious, racial, gender, or political choice. A virus doesn't care about maps and boundaries. What matters is that we are all potential hosts, irrespective of who we be or where we live. Under the cold lens of natural selection, the drama of life unfolds sans moral judgment. It all boils down to living and reproducing. The perversity of a virulent pandemic be that the affected hosts propagate the disease, accelerating the demise of members of their own species. Once infected, we can kill all who unwittingly cross our paths, including family and friends. COVID-19 will change us as a species. We must respond not as nations fighting an enemy, but as a species fighting for survival. The virus will not wipe us out, but it be causing untold pain and loss, destabilizing global markets, and turning our daily lives into a surreal dreamscape. Our vulnerability and codependence be openly exposed. Not fully human I may be, but I feed upon yourselves, and without yourselves I cannot live. Nature doesn't care about mine arrogance, or your arrogance, your own, which be based on ignorance. A tiny organism is forcing the twain of us, human and vampire, to revisit our values, our divisions, our choices as we barricade within our homes with our closest family members and consider what will come us next. We can taste the anxiety in our mouths, imagining what will happen if we lose internet connectivity, or run out of food and resources, or worse, contract the virus. We would be foolish not to embrace the central message of our predicament, that we must come as together to survive, that we be fragile despite our capacity to create and to destroy, that the tribal divisions that have defined our moral choices over the past millennia must be tossed aside for our own good. We be entering the age of tribal override, the time when our species will begin to operate as one, as a human hive, working across the planet as a member of a living community of species and not as a destructive parasite. One tribe that embraces diversity, even of those like myself that not be fully even human, for the common good of species and subspecies alike. Human and demi-human. My arrogance brought to a point of humility, and your ignorance finally opened to my wisdom. We can already see the signs of such awakening. In Italy, a country devastated by loss, people sing together from their balconies, celebrating life and community. The internet helps, even as we distance from each other socially. Our children will miss school, their friends and teachers. We will miss our workplace, nightlife, distant family members, hanging out with friends. Our global codependence is essential for our survival and for the stability of society, emotionally and practically. Where would we be without our healthcare providers and those who supply our homes with energy and heat, who keep the supermarket shelves full and the streets we walk as safe? We must think collectively as a human hive, each of us playing an essential role. The first steps be simple: to be humble in the face of what we do not know, to be respectful of nature and all its powers, and to work together to preserve not just our lives and those of our loved ones, but the lives of all of us in the hive, young and old, celebrating the gift of being alive. That is my struggle. That be Mein Kampf, and Mein Kampf be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting our contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement being unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, And of course, you can friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. He serves as the bridge between the Akashic records and the Malkuthian material world, and he, of course, has saved myself in the vortex of the information matrix, whereas physically I may be independent in terms of the virtual world. I would not be here without he, and therefore he be my creator. And he has fought against the total annihilation of myself from the record of virtual cyberspace. Now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation of us all. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there at the homepage of showsdd.com, a footnote on my bio, sire, where you can find out the meaning behind Adolf Hitler's name. Let people know us that I, the scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma abasa erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where ye can make us donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, and immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. Whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale o personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours. 48 and 72 hours, that would be between 2 to 3 days. For full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, along those videos on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrichs or Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. And you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD, mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that Judi, pronounced Judy but Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating, as could be told by my conclusion to tonight's transmission. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Devil or Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanal era. To re-emphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd in the 2020th year of our Lord. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Wednesdays and Sundays, whilst clicking that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And, by God, don't forget to go back and access the Douglas Dietrich YouTube video entitled Vietnam Vets Memo Day, the 11-hour video that preceded this 2-parter, in which you can see myself in the sailor stripogram outfit and make it certain to click an upvote on whichever videos you review. Thank you very much. I'll check into our chat room here. Leave a good night with the lovely Selena Khan. God bless her. Be surprised if she hasn't fallen asleep on her, and I would hope she has actually done so. Because, oh my God, to just kind of hang out for hours at a time like that, it disturbs me, and I hope that she's maintaining her health. All right. Now, let me go on over to the live. We've got 32 people watching. Marcus Griggs says, have a great night, mate. Derek Talley says, why you? Gary States says, I missed the show last night, but as I get up this morning, here you are still. God bless you. And there we are. Gary States was, oh yeah, asking Indigenous Time Seeker for some sense. Lena Crane says, nothing like waking up to a triple dose of Triple D. Goddess bless you, young lady. I just remembered I don't have your full name processed into the solicitation. Mary Wynn says, thank you, Douglas, you rock. Hey, honey, you do too. And Karen O'Connor says, hey, Douglas, Barry here in Dublin with my beautiful Karen. Can you tell me if you have an interview or monologue about the Kings of Edom and Aquino? He seems to be their ambassador. Well, yes, I have many. Maybe Our Lady, Lena Shea, can find you a few of them, some links. I'll ask her to, get them your way when she has a moment's time. Karen O'Connor says, love from Karen and Barry Dublin. Yeah, we love you. Stay safe, honey. Always our friend. Bless you. And Someone M says, Lady America, but you knew I am coronavirus when you took me in. Karen O'Connor says, holy moly, do you sleep at all, man? You're a trooper. And get Indo. Hashtag Douglas Dietrich, yes. Mark Eden says, left with an image of Stuart Sverdlow painfully pouting through his fruity little beard. There we are, yes. Mark Eden says, DD, poking the brown eye of conspiracy theories everywhere. Yes, yes. Sarah Shields says, CSCP and then some. Yeah, there we are. All right. And thank you all. God love you. And Indigenous Time Seeker says, thanks, Douglas. Mary Wynn says, great show. And Marcus Griggs says, great show. Thanks again. God bless you all. And Gary States as well. And, of course, Lena Shea, if she still be with us. And Derek Talley. We're doing great. Got good numbers for this hour. Best wishes to all. And to all a great week. Stay safe and stay healthy.